Yo, what's up, everyone? How's it going? Give me a second here. So, I handed the stream over to DRK when I rescued the kids. And now it seems like it's a perfect place to pick it back up because we have to go and rescue them again. Uh, I hope everyone's feeling okay after Ralph's death. It's okay. I'm here. Um, Hold on.
We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid. Boss, some of the kids we've been keeping here have escaped. We don't know why they ran off, but it may have something to do with Ralph's death. The intel team's looking for them as we speak. I'll add information to your side ops list as it comes in. You need to locate and secure those kids. I'll try to find out what happened.
God damn it, Ralph. You were the chosen one. Just want to look at these pictures again. Yeah, they do keep adding pictures from past missions. I never really pay attention to the photographs up here. There's that guy from Red Brass, one of the three pigs. Alright, let's see. What tapes do we have here? Mosquito's Legacy. Is Malak here? I think Malak might be here somewhere. Hold on. No, I don't think he's here. Let's see. What tapes have we done? Oh no, I missed all the good stuff with Code Talker. The genesis of the vocal cord parasites and all this. Damn.
Boss, we gave Ralph, that kid who died in the accident, a burial at sea. The man in charge of that facility has been severely punished. But ever since, the kids have been acting strange. It's obvious they've lost their trust in adults. I was getting reports of them ignoring the staff, or getting insolent, and even violent. And a few days later, several of the kids did a disappearing act. They snuck into choppers and shipping containers and got off base. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. These kids were born in a war zone and forced to grow up as war fighters. If they're left alone, war is how they'll die. But I thought we showed them there are other reasons to live. I never liked having children on Mother Base. But the thought of them going back to the battlefield and picking up their old lifestyle is something I can't stomach. It makes me think of Chico, 9 years ago. We have to get those kids back. Hell, they know too much about our operation. I never expected even the kids to betray us.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm still just getting myself organized here. Right. Child number 1 from Infinda Oilfield. Let's get him. Take D-Horse. Yabba-da-la-da-la-da-da-da. Yeah, right, whatever. Let's just go. Oh, of course I had to come back right for the kids. Oh, man. Well, I think I did this pretty efficiently last time. Let's see if I can do it as efficiently this time. So hopefully it won't take too long. Let's see. Hold on. 1 second, guys. Still just doing some shit behind the scenes here. Okay. Isn't it early for me to take over? Nope. No, a little bit later, if anything. I think the arcade was going for a little bit over 12 hours. My last session was like 12 and a half as well, I think. But thankfully this should be a pretty short session. I don't think there's that much left in the game, really. It should take maybe 6 hours or something like that.
If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed.
Are you real? No.
Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Hello. So here's our first kid.
A whole lot of trouble they put us through. Making me worry like that.
Ocelot has the same line of dialogue for every single kid you rescue. All 6 of them. Making me worry like that. Go. Okay. That was nicely done. Let's get this guy out of here. Don't need child Fulton. I can just stick them in a vehicle and then send them off. See you later.
You captured an enemy vehicle. Just like weapons and...
Oh man, I'm really glad you don't have to get chopper rides out of these side ops. These child missions feel like enough of a grind.
Snake, you remember the White Mamba? Of course, he's been going by Eli since we brought him on base. He was the leader of the child soldier unit we took out of that village and into our protection. Well, according to the kids you brought back here, all the escapees were especially close to Eli. There's reason to suspect he's behind all 6 escapes. We've already detained him. I'll be questioning him shortly.
Wait. You'll be?
Ocelot.
You're incapable of taking an impartial stance with those kids. Question them all you want. It'll get you nowhere.
Ocelot, you get too many kicks from your art of interrogation.
It's not a matter of art. It's about quick, minimal strokes of psychological warfare. That's what gets the answers. And it's the best way to keep both questioner and subject safe. The risks only increase the more an interrogation drags on. At that point, it causes as much pain to the inflictor as the inflicted.
Like I said, too many kicks.
What I'm trying to tell you is we need quick results. Otherwise, it'll be too little, too late.
I know that.
And besides, I know the subject. I won't go overboard with a kid.
Forget it. You're not needed. Snake, we'll want to question the other kids too. Be sure to bring them all back.
Okay, number 2. Ooh, from Code Talker's Mansion. This one can be a bit of a pain. Let me bring a... Let me bring a launcher as well. Why not? Oh, right. Yeah, I guess you were looking at the time on Twitch. Yeah, his stream must have died at some point. Hey, what's up, Durkios? It's good to be back to finish off this marathon. It's been a long one. Like 130 something hours now. am I going? Go. Yeah, the marathons always go into the 6th day, don't they? They usually end on the 6th day.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped.
I think the last one was pretty short, shorter than usual.
We don't bring them
I
back.
think it ended at like 120 something hours.
Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
All right. There we go. Hey! Yucky! Security! Ah, I triggered the alert. Let's see if we can still do this. Okay, I've only been awake for like an hour, okay? That's why my aim was so off there. I haven't had any breakfast, okay? Fuck you. Go. Who the hell opened that door? Okay. Let's do that again.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
I was telling the truth there, by the way. I actually haven't had any breakfast or anything. I have only been awake for like an hour. Oh, don't bring me back here.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Go. Alright, let's see if we can do this first part stealthily. Three guys up here?
Hey, you're right!
No. There you go. What? Did that guy outside get woken up? Oh. Thought this room was empty. Grab him! Grab him!
A lot of trouble they put us through.
Come on, Jimmy.
Worry like that.
Oh, there we go. 2 down. Oh, Christ. Okay, I thought I fucking... I used a checkpoint there, did I? But we still have it. We should still have it. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank God. Scared myself there for a second. Fusorio! Fusorio! Yeah, I'll order some kind of delivery in a bit. It's okay, I'll survive without breakfast for a while. Eli's explanation.
Snake, about the escaped children. Eli confessed. The way he tells it, they wanted to go back to the battlefield. Don't rob them of their freedom, he said. If you bring them all back, there will be consequences. Next to be asking for our surrender.
Consequences? What consequences?
No idea. That's all I have for now.
You're too attached to those kids. Stop protecting Eli.
Listen to yourself.
Let me question him, and we'll get some real answers.
Not necessary. I'll report as and when.
Hey, what's up, Wexford? Order a big fry-up to celebrate another marathon in the bag? I don't know where I would order a decent fry-up. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see. Right, can we go and get number 3? Oh, wow, you unlock 3, 4, and 5 now. These ruins. Yeah, let's do it. We'll bring in a vehicle. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Does it throb? What? Does what throb? Does it throb? Hanging? If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. I entertained myself. I really like the idea of Code Talker getting surprised when he's told he has to hang. That old man is in no shape for hanging, like, right? He's in no shape to do the big shell incident.
Be careful down there, boss.
Hanging?
Those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know.
Okay.
If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Alright, this kid is up here at the top of this tower. And I won't let you be just a dream. Instead of Rose on the codec, he's just talking to his parasites, his children.
Whole lot of trouble they put us through. Making me worry like that.
Making me worry like that. Climb down! Oh, I have to go down this way, right? Oh, there we go. No. No. Down. That isn't down. Oh, do I have... Oh, Christ. Right, fuck it. Let's just drop here. Oh. I thought after the first little drop he'd survive the second drop.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
I don't know why he wouldn't climb back down the last time.
A whole lot of trouble they put us through. Making me worry.
There we go. Okay. For some reason it worked this time. Wonder what I was doing wrong last time. Oh my god.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Dog, I'm revoking your Metal Gear license. Who the fuck are you? Who the hell is Oathbreaker? First? A founder? I don't even know who you are, man. You've been around here since the early days and you're a mod? I don't think I've ever seen you in the chat before. Oh, you're Delonzo. Okay. Alright, you changed your name. That makes sense. Let's... Right, will you please climb down, Snake? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Jeez. Alright. Jesus Christ. Get this kid out of here. I used a checkpoint again instead of ACC.
Boss, we found weapons in the children's section of the living quarters. As you know, weapons are strictly off limits. We've got some rule breakers. The weapons we found were handmade. Blades ground out of knives and forks, a couple of bow guns built out of scrap, and explosives made using detergents. And get this, the explosives were tightly packed with nails. The kids put the blame on, you guessed it, Eli. I guess that's what he meant by consequences.
I questioned him about it, but this time he claimed they want to be put out on missions. Send us to the battlefield, he says.
Miller, enough is enough. You've protected him too much already. It's my turn to question him.
Protected?
What Eli's doing is issuing a threat. Comply with my demands or I'll respond with force. But it'll be war at this rate. Forks and soap aren't gonna kill us, but some of them will end up dead. Is that what you want? Now, I hate to say it, but they want to be on the battlefield. It's time you gave up this fantasy.
Eli, he said they'd rise up against us if we bring the last kid back.
There, you see? Ignore his demands. Don't let him return to quarters. That attitude is contagious. We lose control over them for good.
For the time being, we've confiscated those handmade weapons. We're bumping up security and the number of psychiatric counselors. As for Eli,
He needs some very special care.
you mean solitary?
Well, we can't leave him in contact with the other kids. If you won't do it, I will. Boss, keep working on extracting those kids.
Okay, number 3. Or number 4, whichever one it is. Number 4. Right, Lamar Hatte Palace. Ga-ba-da-la-da-da-da-da. Right, let's see how many times I fuck this one up. This one can be a little bit of a pain. He's in a pretty awkward spot. Hey, what's up, Paycon?
Be careful down there, boss.
Wait. I want the vehicle. We need the vehicle for the kid. This is our parachute right here.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized full recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Okay, let's park this here. Maybe I'll try and just get him from here. With a very well-placed decoy. The kid is right up there, around that corner. Nah. Fuck. Ooh, this would be amazing if I could pull this off. Fuck it, let's just go up. These probably not even there. I think that's where he is, though, just right around that corner. Well, looks like the decoys have distracted some of these guys, at least. I hear him screaming over there. Here he is. I don't think I was throwing it at the right spot.
Whole lot of trouble they put us through.
Making me worry like that.
Making me worry like that.
Go!
The kids you brought back to base have laid out the situation. They all escaped to each of their home villages, or were trying to get home, and lost their way. Not that homesickness is gonna explain everything we've seen.
Each of their home villages. They were trying to raise troops for the rebellion.
You really think these kids have an armed uprising in them?
You read the report of the security team member who had a rock thrown at him. There'll be a riot if we don't do something. And Miller, this is because you didn't act fast enough.
Fine. I'll admit you were right this time.
Seal off the kids' quarters from outside contact before it's too late.
All right.
Eli said his rebellion would start when the last kid is brought back, right? You better be ready to meet him head on if it really happens.
Yeah.
You should have left it to me in the first place.
Boss, they're just kids. We have a responsibility to see that those kids make it. It's not about feeling protective or the pros and cons. I hate kids. That's exactly what I heard from the people who raised me. People who abandoned me, more like. That's the spark that kept me going, you know? I wanted to show those adults what I was made of. Wanted to get back at them one day. But before I knew it, I was all grown up. Never saw it coming. All of a sudden, people treated me as an adult. Some adult I turned out to be. But I feel like if my life had been different, if the adults I knew had been different, I could have grown up better. Yeah, that's it, all right. I wanted to use those kids to test that theory. That's all this was. From their point of view, I'm no different from the assholes who gave me a hard time. When this is all blown over, I'll talk it out with them. If that's still possible. Boss, there are still kids out there. Bring them back safe.
Boss, it's me. Eli's revealed what he wants. He wants to speak with you. With Big Boss. He just said, bring my father here. Eli's too smart for his own good. No way to tell what he's thinking. All we know for sure is his men are important to him. That means we can use the escaped kids as leverage in any negotiation. Once you've brought the last one back, I'll interrogate him. If the kids do rise up, we'll meet them full force. End of story. I didn't want things to turn out like this. We could have prevented it, but it's too late now. If Eli means to take this all the way, he's gonna force us to do the same. Boss, go get that last kid.
Okay, let's get this last kid. Number 5. Oh, I forgot to open up the fucking path. Forgot to destroy the anti-air, so we can't land in Desmace-la-Man. Okay, I guess I'll just get dropped off here. It shouldn't take too long. Let's do it. Let's see if I remember where I'm fucking going here. Hey, this looks familiar. Over this way.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids.
I can already extract these kids.
Android if you need it.
But thank you. Wait! I'm fucking playing the game like I'm doing Where Did the Beast Sleep. This is where I should be. Back up. go.
You captured an enemy vehicle. Just like weapons...
Hey, what's up, SB? How's it going, man?
Boss, I have a quick report for you here. We've discovered a radiation leak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform. It's coming from testing equipment we installed the other day. Members of the medical team have been conducting research there, but we'll evacuate them all from the research block to the containment block next to it. Emmerich.
There's no need to worry. No radioactive material is leaked, so the contamination won't spread. We just need to seal off the testing equipment.
I've dispatched the security team to get the researchers out. I'll keep you updated.
What am I doing? Okay, right, we're finally done with these kids. Hey, Dim. Let's go do the next main mission.
Boss, we need you to get back a film canister one of our informants hid in the field. He was working under my orders to investigate the extraordinaries that showed up in Cyprus. The man on fire and the floating boy that keeps showing up where they're not welcome. Apparently they were the subjects of some top-secret research conducted by the Kremlin. Unfortunately, that meant our informant drew the attention of the KGB's Directorate S, and they took him out before we could make contact. The good news is he placed a report in a film canister and hid it somewhere in Spookmate Keep. Just before he died, he transmitted VI of the hiding place to us, but the data was cut off partway through. The image is far from clear, but it might provide the clue you need. We'll be analyzing the data further to try to clear it up, but for now, get to Spookmate Keep. The KGB have already dispatched a Spetsnaz squad to retrieve that film canister and cover the whole thing up. Boss, there's no time to waste. Head to Spookmate Keep and use the VI as a clue to find and retrieve that target. Why was Sahelanthropus mobile? How are the man on fire and that kid connected to Skullface's plan? If we can just get that report, we can blow it all wide open. Then we can shake off the last remnants of Skullface and the phantoms he left behind.
Okay. Let's get dropped off here. So this thing can spawn in like one of 3 spots. Hopefully we get the best RNG and it just spawns at the entrance. Sometimes it'll just spawn right at the entrance and you don't really have to go in at all.
Boss, retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmate Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
I never actually look at the photograph to help me here. Let's see if I can tell what position it's in. Yeah, I think it is at the entrance. Inside a vase up here. out. Oh. Nice, there it is.
You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
After a couple of minutes, these guys show up. But we're already out of here.
Alright, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Mission complete then. Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received a new job offer. The details are on your iDroid.
We've finished decoding the informant's report. That floating kid we've run into a few times now. Looks like he was a test subject in clinical experiments. The Soviets called him the Third Boy. The Third Boy was brought to a lab on the outskirts of Moscow from Czechoslovakia, after which he was due to be sent to a research center in Leningrad, then Siberia, and finally an academic town in Novosibirsk. It doesn't appear that the researchers witnessed the talents we've seen from him, but nevertheless he was quite the popular subject. His latent cognitive abilities suddenly awoke en route to Moscow. According to the report, the Third Boy was easily influenced by other individuals' biofields. Evil thoughts, in particular. They affected his mind like a virus. Extreme anger or resentment, motives for revenge, in other words. Now, during the transport flight to Moscow, the boy was exposed to a powerful mental energy field coming from a certain individual. Ever since, being conscious of his powers, he's become a sort of energy generator. What's unique about him is the way his acute telepathic abilities get taken over by another person's will. The boy began to physically parasitize individuals experiencing extreme anger and codify the host's desires. This includes amplifying the host's natural strengths. Or, in accordance with the host's desires, he can also implant program code in another individual, making them a puppet, essentially. Human neural synapses transmit weak electrical currents between neurons. These electrical currents, though at a level difficult to observe, warp the magnetic field outside the body. The Third Boy is able to pick up these weak fluctuations. Contrary to psychotronics, which involves controlling the human mind, his abilities as a receptor are too high. The emotions he picks up from another individual are amplified and unleashed into his body as they recur in his brain. They turn into microwaves, which then affect the physical world, triggering paranormal phenomena like the spontaneous combustion of organic matter or psychokinesis, moving an object without touching it. There's one other thing. While he's parasitizing a host, the boy's ego gets shut away, allowing the will of the host to take control of his powers, like some annoying static drowning out your own voice. That means he isn't responsible for what's been happening. Somebody's extreme anger has manifested through the Third Boy's powers in ways none of us could have predicted, which would mean this was going on somewhere around us. Looking back on it, a lot of things make sense now. The man on fire, Sahelanthropus, They both came to life thanks to the third boy's powers. Everything has been happening through him as a catalyst. We first saw him in the hospital on Cyprus. The boy parasitizing the Man on Fire's desire for revenge gave him his new abilities in return. He next appeared at the Hamid Fighters Fort where the honeybee was hidden. There, the boy parasitized Skullface's vengeful mind. He controlled Sahelanthropus, making it do whatever Skullface wanted. Same goes for when we extracted Emmerich onto the chopper. When he appeared at the Devil's House in Central Africa, Skullface's will controlled the Man on Fire via the third boy's powers. Everything is clear up to this point. But even the informant couldn't pinpoint who the host was in the cave within Surat power plant. Sahelanthropus suddenly became active, then crushed not only the Man on Fire, but Skullface as well. Surely neither of them could have been the host. Who else was at that location and bore anger more extreme than either of them? Whose will was controlling Sahelanthropus? According to the report, emotions transmitted in children's brains affect the surrounding magnetic field more strongly. Cerebral nerves are covered with insulation called myelin sheaths to increase impulse speed. The reason for this leakage has to do with the fact that children's myelin sheaths are still developing. So, how many children do you remember being there? Children with a burning desire for revenge and bearing a grudge against you. I can think of only one. Eli. We don't know what kind of life he's had, but the resentment he's shown toward adults is nothing short of extraordinary. The third boy resonated with Eli's mind. And that means Eli bore the strongest animosity of all individuals within the boy's reception range, estimated to be a 3-mile radius, beating out even Volgin and Skullface. The third boy has probably remained hooked on Eli's anger since. You remember at the Devil's House, the third boy showed an interest in Shabani? That must have been his ego making a rare appearance. He may possess abilities far beyond anyone else in the world, but he's still a kid. Maybe them both being kids was enough to bring them together. And if so, maybe with Eli, he isn't feeding off him, but acting in symbiosis with him. So what kick-started the third boy's powers? If we look at the location and time that his plane went down, we can make a pretty good guess. When the plane experienced the first anomaly, it gave an accurate report of its position to a control tower, due north of the Black Sea, 125 miles east of Kiev. Dead south on the Black Sea is Cyprus's Green Line. So the plane's position was directly north of the hospital where you'd been asleep for 9 years. And this anomaly was reported at exactly the same time that you woke up. The plane was enveloped in flame from the inside out. The fuselage burnt to ashes. There were no survivors, at least not publicly admitted. Your thoughts formed a synchronicity with the boy's psyche and were amplified inside his brain. That would have been more than enough to trigger his abilities. Your rage was like a big bang in his head, blowing the lid off his powers. The boy was then secretly moved to the lab outside of Moscow where Volgin was comatose. There, Volgin's thoughts resonated with the boy and he was awakened. Volgin became the Man on Fire, hell-bent on getting revenge on you. His instincts led him straight to you. Skullface knew Volgin from Operation Snake Eater, or perhaps from even before. Monitoring this pair of extraordinaries, he discovered the hospital and sent his assassin and XOF. Skullface was probably watching the situation from close by. Then, realizing how useful these two test subjects could be, he approached them. Reacting to Skullface's thirst for revenge, this time the boy let Skullface's will control Volgin. Volgin, at times driven by personal revenge, at times through Skullface's will, kept on moving, though his body was little more than dead meat. Perhaps there were moments where even your thoughts affected him as well. But without the boy's power, it was like the plug had been pulled from the socket. Everything was powered by anger, malice, revenge. This is how the end of the report sums things up. Both the third boy and the Man on Fire were originally test subjects of paranormal research for military applications. like telekinetically controlling the leader of an enemy nation and making him launch a nuke, or stopping the heart of someone on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall, experimenting with latent human abilities. They were used as tools of the Cold War. The boy's only crime was being born with unique gifts. But he was sacrificed on the altar of war. His life reduced to slavery under other people's wills. Turned into a living weapon with no will of his own. Eventually, the only emotion he could feel must have been the desire to get revenge for the hand he'd been dealt. Boss, it's you that awakened the boy's powers. But there's more to it than that. I guess the anger emanating from you was something he could truly relate to.
Alright. Hamburgers part 3. Let's do it.
Feeling hungry, old timer?
Old timer. I do not get hungry, no. But you have a new hamburger?
You guessed it. And this time we used lamb.
Lamb.
You're not a lamb kind of guy?
A hamburger is made of beef. Who ever heard of a hamburger without beef?
Yeah, but we gotta stay fresh, stand out from our competition.
You're what?
Just give it a try.
If you say so. Not bad. But I cannot call this a hamburger.
I thought we were onto something this time. Maybe the problem is that it looks like a regular hamburger. Gotta think outside the box. Too much baggage if they come in expecting just another burger. Let's see, cotton candy? To make it look like a sheep? Yeah.
Just a minute. You really think people would eat that? What is it you are planning? Are you using me? A taste tester? A one-man focus group?
Well, actually, already started. I got a place called, Miller's Maxi Buns.
You are kidding me.
Well, to be honest, business hasn't been great. No one seems to like my, buns.
The Ocelot said Diamond Dog's budget did not add up. But you don't mean to tell me.
What? No. Our black budget's got it all covered. I'm not embezzling GMP or anything. Still, let's not say anything to Snake, okay?
Very well. However, Kazuhira, it takes more than premium ingredients and a clever recipe to satisfy the palate.
Okay. So what do we do?
The palate seeks one thing. Chemical additives.
Chemical additives.
There is nothing mysterious or spiritual about good flavor. The tongue simply identifies specific amino acids, which the brain then recognizes as appealing. Therefore, all that is needed is to chemically isolate those amino acids and incorporate them into your products. To be clear, I speak of flavor. The rest is irrelevant.
That seems a little extreme.
Do not forget that I am a scientist after all. And using science for the benefit of others is a joy. In seeking coexistence with nature's blessings, not everything can remain in its natural form. When we fall ill, we must be treated. Otherwise, that very nature could cost us our lives. Agriculture is one of nature's many blessings. But through that process, we damage the surrounding vegetation.
Yeah. Whether it's a massive farm or a tiny field, we always leave our mark on the land.
The same is true of parasites and for food preparation. If tapeworms in the raw meat of another animal enter the human body, they roam around trying to find their usual habitat, sometimes even eating away at the brain in their confusion. So in looking through a scientific point of view, you see the necessity for processing food. Yes, it is also sometimes necessary to eliminate certain parasites, or selectively use or even modify others. Alternatively, we could say that if a man is part of nature, the work he does is also part of it. What is important is the balance.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, old-timer. You really opened my eyes. I fooled myself into thinking people today wanted high-quality, all-natural goods. But my favorite burgers were never about that. What they want is something like the first burger I had in America when I went to meet my dad. A Frankenburger loaded with additives. That's the America I knew and loved. I'll be back in a jiffy, old-timer. My next burger's gonna knock your socks off.
Kazuhira, wait. What is important is how we balance the... quick for a one-legged man. Frankenburger. What kind of a dive did your old man take you to?
It's too fucking early for this shit. I need some breakfast. I'm too tired for this fucking hamburger nonsense. I would like a hamburger though. A hamburger would taste pretty good right about now. Let's see. What side office do we have? What main missions? Proxy war without end. That's what this game is.
The CFA are gearing up for a large-scale attack against Angola's MPLA government. They're assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport and will be ready to move soon. We've been contracted by the MPLA to put a stop to them. But the civil war will keep burning on, whether we accept this job or not. Another East-West proxy war with the communist MPLA on one side and the capitalist-funded CFA on the other. An endless seesaw of blood and violence played out in the hands of the superpowers. I had my doubts at first, but I think we should take this job. Skullface is gone, but Cypher still remains. Competition with rival PFs will only get more intense. For us to survive, we need to expand our organization and get strong enough that no one can threaten us. So our only option is to fight and grow, and fight and grow.
Okay. Trying to remember what I need to do for this. Let's do it. Jesus Christ, Hemp Mind. No, it's okay. I appreciate the suggestions. Hemp Mind always trying to get me to buy very specific things. Did it work for me? Okay, let's click the link.
To the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Jollibee.
For the contract
What the hell is
details.
this shit?
Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take it lightly.
Yeah, I've never had Jollibee before. I have no idea how good it is.
Targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map.
Is Jollibee like a well-known chain place? Is it like big in the US or something?
Be careful down there, boss.
It started in the Philippines, now it's in the UK. No, it's not in the US at all. Okay, we're just gonna sprint after this tank. And when it stops, we'll bolt in it. Oh, it is in the US? Okay. Hey, what's up, Patefi? Oh, hey, it is Friday. Cool. I completely lose track of time when I'm doing these marathons. No fucking idea what day it is. Ah, Friday, yes. No! Oh, did I miss my opportunity? Fuck, I think I did. Fuck it, let's use a checkpoint. I don't think I got a single checkpoint. I think we'll have to do all of that running again.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the
Oh!
north of Nova Braga Airport.
Actually, the
Your job
best
is to wipe
possible
them out.
checkpoint.
You captured an enemy vehicle. Just like weapons and items, you can use your iDroid to have
we go, one
vehicles
down.
you've extracted airdropped in. You can also let members of the combat unit use them on dispatch missions. Boss, we have new targets. Check your iDroid for the details.
BRK finally gave up. Well, no, his session was over. He played for like 12 hours. This guy is going to stop here. Please tell me I can get up to him before he does something. I think he stalls here for a couple of minutes actually. Pop. Nice. Oh, I'll be finishing this. Yeah, we're pretty close to the end of the game now, so not much left.
Nice work. Subject on
Just a
board.
few hours
Leave
left.
the rest to us.
This is, we have this mission, then Shining Lights, Huey's Trial, then the last mission, Truth Tapes. The bulk of Chapter 2 is finished. I might finish off the Paz story as well. I usually like to do the Paz story right before the ending. I think it leads into the ending. I think it's the best way to best thing to do before the ending. Well, we'll see. I might not finish it. We'll see. Rack with the 51. Thank you.
Nice work, boss. The targets are almost history. Just one target left. He's coming too. Roger that.
I actually enjoy a lot of the truth tapes in this. And normally I wait for this chopper to land. But maybe today I won't. I will blow his ass up.
That's an enemy gunship. Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout.
Fuck.
Try to get behind it and take it down with missiles.
Yeah, I knew I was gonna make a balls out of that. Finished. Oh, what a shot.
Good work. Good. You completed the objective. Now get out of there.
Calculated.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Mission complete, man. Boss, as we suspected, the mastermind behind the kid's escape was Eli. It's hard to believe, but apparently he'd been plotting an armed uprising against us. He could be hiding something else, too. Ocelot's gonna press him for answers. Get back here as quick as you can.
Where is
I told you, your father's not here.
they're back?
Yes, they're back. But don't get any bright ideas. Your quarters are under full surveillance. Your weapons privileges have been suspended. No more uprisings for you. Did you really think it would be that easy, Commander? You'll get your boys back. They'll even see the boss, too. But first, I need to know what you sent them to do.
They wanted to leave.
To their homelands.
They wanted to go home. That's all.
So they were just homesick then.
Not quite. Military warlords, PFs, the armies that murdered their families. Cousins, brothers, parents. They all had someone they wanted to kill. I told them, last chance to face the world with no regrets.
Last chance.
You better be ready for your drag back here. Ready to face the world as enemies.
No!
I'm not like you! Goodbye, Father. I don't need you anymore.
Bye.
Was Ralph really an accident? Or did Eli just rig it to stir up the boys? Either way, he had to have been planning for this all along.
Who the fuck is Ralph?
Bidding farewell to the world.
Ralph? Wait, sorry, who are you talking about there? Who is Ralph again?
Boss, we're looking for the kids in Sahelanthropus, but there's still no sign of them. We don't know if the chopper pilot is alive either. What have we gone and put in the hands of those kids? We don't know how bad this is until we find them. Also, regarding our concerns about Eli, I finished looking into whether or not he's a product of that project. I have an answer. I put it on tape. Give it a listen. Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
I thought you'd know that. I do know, I'm just fucking around.
About Eli hijacking Sahelanthropus. We know how he got it moving. It was Emmerich. He used the kids in the staff living quarters to carry out his repairs. We got the details on tape. You're gonna want to hear this.
What was your goal in having the children repair Sahelanthropus?
I just answered their questions. I had no idea they would actually try to fix it. I mean, can you imagine a child piloting it?
Oh, sure, easily.
It wouldn't work.
Well, I bet it's just like riding a bike.
I said it didn't work.
Who did you try?
I didn't.
Did you put your son in it?
We never did that.
His name was, Hal, wasn't it? I thought you said you never saw his face. But you made him pilot Sahelanthropus. You used him in your experiments.
He wanted to get in.
It was such a short time we had.
So he was with you.
We were happy.
You're still happy now. Changing your lies to suit the listener and getting by slipping through the cracks. Building layer upon layer of convenient stories until nothing means anything to you anymore. You're happy all the time because you don't even notice you're doing it. Think hard. Who are you really? You're not a victim, and you're not the silent majority. You're a perpetrator and a petty hypocrite. The real world doesn't make you suffer. It's the other way around. Boss, we've got the results of Eli's genetic tests. We can finally put this worry behind us.
We used the PCR technique and conducted DNA fingerprinting of the copied DNA sequences. Neither is mainstream science yet, but the concepts and procedures are sound. Both tests say there is 0% chance that the two of you are blood relatives, meaning the results are negative. He's not your son, nor is he your clone. He's just another person.
It was 12 years ago that Zero made plans to clone you. Eli's age and appearance certainly are a good fit. I admit the first time I saw him I did a double take, but it looks like we were worried for nothing. Eli isn't your clone, though you might still have one somewhere out there.
But if Eli isn't the boss's clone, why does he seem so obsessed with him? Not to mention having one hell of an attitude for his age.
I don't know. Learning the truth about himself, cursing the fact he's a clone, bearing a grudge against selfish adults, and coming to hate who he was cloned from. Big boss. If that were really the case, I could understand it. I might even feel a bit sorry for him. But no clone could have a totally different DNA fingerprint. And the test left no room for error. You yourself were there when we drew Eli's blood sample.
Come to think of it, when we went to OKB-0, he'd snuck onto a chopper and was there.
Yeah.
He was acting strange even then. Or actually from a little before that time.
That was exactly when we began these tests.
Maybe he suspected something when we drew the sample, not knowing what we were doing to him, and becoming mistrustful of us.
Hard to say. Eli's had an attitude problem from day one.
So what is he then?
Well, if he's gonna tell us that himself, we'll need to get him to open up more first. Skullface, real name unknown. Born in Hungary, more specifically northern Transylvania, after it reverted to Hungary from Romania. While he was young, the country allied with Germany as part of the Axis powers, but later during the war, it came under Soviet occupation. The Hungarians struggled for independence, but the Soviets came down. Hard. Just like he said, time and again the country was ruled by a foreign tongue. When he was a young boy, he lost his native language, the bedrock for any developing child. His country, his family, his face, his identity, everything was stolen from him. All he had left was his skull. Skullface first tried his hand at espionage during all the chaos from the war. Agents, military officials, and soldiers who operated out of Hungary during the war vanished over the course of several months. This Soviet spy hunt rocked the counter-intel world. Mysterious fatal illnesses, accidental deaths, drownings, people having strokes behind closed doors. Just like Stalin, no one knew who was behind it. But all you need to do was look for who had the motive. They were all taken out by a man without a face. And now we've got an idea of how he did it too. He'd gotten revenge for his people, but he wasn't finished. Skullface defected to the West, eventually ended up with the SAS. That's where he met Zero. It's possible he began planning this whole thing back then. It's hard to say. In any case, Zero made him his XO. He always did have a thing for oddballs. But this one was set to lead a unit no one else would know about. When Zero created Fox, he also formed XOF as a support team. An unconventional special forces unit designed to support Fox, make it stronger, with Skullface given the orders. Zero never even told the boss about it. Nor the CIA, naturally. If Fox was Zero's silver bullet, XOF was the recoil when he pulled the trigger. Just like Newton's third law. While you were with Fox, Skullface was operating behind the scenes. Sometimes as your backup, sometimes as a mole or a scout, sometimes as your cleanup crew. Fox's tail, making sure the mission succeeded and that you survived. We only have his word to go on, but Skullface's goal was revenge against those who'd use language to subjugate people. Those corrupting a people's identity by forcing a new tongue on them. Those using the power of language to control information. Naturally, that set his sights on Zero. To Zero, English was simply the most convenient code. But to Skullface, English was a parasite. And by eradicating it, he'd stop the world from being eaten away. If that didn't work, he was ready to see the world scorched by nuclear fire. To save language, culture, and race from annihilation, he was willing to overstep the hands of the doomsday clock. That is, of course, if you believe anything he had to say. You know, when you brought back all of the child soldiers who escaped, Eli knew they'd returned. Needless to say, nobody said a word to him.
I guess they got a message to him somehow.
Eli wasn't put in the corner in timeout. He was locked up in that room, completely cut off from the outside world.
Then how'd he find out?
There's only one possibility I can think of. The Soviet Union has been researching military applications for psi phenomena.
Psi?
Things like psychokinesis and ESP, extrasensory perception.
You mean moving objects without touching them? Knowing what cards somebody's holding up? Psychic powers? Come on. I thought that was just another bunch of disinformation aimed at the West.
Just bear with me a second. One type of ESP is telepathy. It's the ability to know another person's thoughts through nonverbal means.
You're saying Eli read our minds?
It's the only idea that doesn't involve someone getting to him.
Ocelot.
Look, psi research isn't some hocus pocus. It's all evidence-based, scientific...
There's gotta be another explanation. Maybe one of the kids stuck a note to your back.
I hope that's the case. But I am convinced that they have, or Eli has, a connection to some force we have yet to identify. You better watch yourself, boss.
How am I supposed to do that?
If he is depending on something for help, well, that's his Achilles heel. If you can figure out what that something is, you might be able to use it against him.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, and the medical team is looking after the kids left on Mother Base. For the moment, they don't seem too panicked. But boss, get this. Eli got those kids to plot their armed uprising as a diversion. Also, he could steal Sahelanthropus and escape. That Brad got us good. Set us up and knocked us down. And then there's that mystery kid who was with Eli. With those two working together, I'd say things won't be over for a long time yet.
Rise and shine, old-timer. It is complete. I had our best and brightest working overtime, fine-tuning the greatest burger the world has ever known. I call it the chemical burger.
What on earth is that color?
Now, don't judge a burger by its color. Go on, try it.
I am not very hungry.
What? Oh, I get it. Now, sure, it's loaded with additives, but each one's been approved by the WHO for human consumption. Come on, one little bite's not gonna kill you.
Are you sure of that? Fine.
Well, what do you think?
It's perfect.
Right?
This takes me back to the taste of my youth. The neon signs on the Mother Road. Oh, I can see them now.
So, what do you think of our signs now? And it doesn't just taste great. You won't believe how cheap it is to make. And because it's pumped up with preservatives, it won't spoil easily in regions lacking refrigerated storage or transportation infrastructure. This bad boy could even solve Africa's hunger problem.
Excuse me.
People will no longer fight over food or find reason to hate one another. Mankind will come together, reunited between these fluffy buns. Forget Pax Americana. Say hello to Pax Hamburgana.
Pax Hamburgana.
Skullface thought that destruction was the way to free the peoples of the world from American imperialism. But this is different. Tackling something head-on just makes for more conflict. Only by uniting the world can its various inhabitants truly become free. Having lived as an American parasite as long as I have, I know what I'm talking about. The Chemical Burger is poised to be the greatest liberating force the world has ever known.
An ethnic liberator. Burger.
Now all I need is a better brand image, starting with a name. Gotta run, old-timer. I'll catch you later.
There we go. Pax Hamburgana. Right, what do we have next? I think we're gonna have to do some side ups next to unlock the next mission. Let's go rescue some more wandering assholes. Actually, hold on, let's not get dropped off there. I think I'm better off getting dropped here. Let's do it.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Yeah, the hamburger tapes can feel a bit tonally jarring, like they're like the only comedic tapes in the entire game. Whereas the previous games had a lot of comedy and humor. Phantom Pain and Ground Zeroes has basically nothing apart from those hamburger tapes. I think it probably wouldn't feel as jarring if, oftentimes I play them right after a set of other tapes. So if you pace them out differently and you played them at a different time, they might not feel as... You might not get that same sense of whiplash. You know, if I just played the tape by itself, not along with a bunch of other tapes. Let's see. It's kind of weird hearing Kaz go back to his normal voice. You know, usually he has his gruff Batman voice for 99% of the game. But for the hamburger tapes, he goes back to his normal, his old voice. He has no desire for revenge when he's thinking of hamburgers. He forgets about himself for a while and gets to live happily again when thinking about his new capitalistic ventures. he is. Hey, what's up, Alexandra? Come here, you shit. There we go. No. Oh, I can't believe it. Why didn't he salute the box? Oh, he's still here. Am I going to pass out again? It's okay, because he's passing out as well. Right, get him out of here. That was crazy. Right, let's get the next one. Did DRK start the Paz story at all, or did he just rescue the soldiers? If he didn't start it at all, I might just leave it, because it's a bit fucking late in the game to be doing that whole thing. I do actually really like the Paz story, the tapes in particular, the final tape. But I think it kind of fits doing it before the Man Who Sold the World. Don't believe he did? Okay. Maybe I'll check. No, I haven't had any food yet. At this point, I think I'll just wait until the ending. I'll order food when we get to the Man Who Sold the World, I think. No! There we go. one more, and then hopefully that'll unlock the next one. Oh, this one in the mine. This one is a bit of a pain. Ba ba da la ba 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 da la ba 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 da ba ba. Burr, 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 burr. Oh shit! I shouldn't have wasted my suppressor on the chopper. Oh, God. Oh shit, is mine clearing there? That's crazy that we found actual in-game lore for mine clearing. Even though I heard that dialogue a million times before, I forgot about it. Oh. You're not real. Go. I'm not sure if this guy will even be down here now. I think if you get an alert here, it just fucks the whole thing up. Oh, well, he does like to throw smokes. There's already a smoke here. Hey, there he is. Okay, one more, and then hopefully that'll be enough. I dropped off at the wrong spot. Brave Imperium with the 51, thank you. Ah, oh, there he is, nice.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Boss, we have an emergency. There's been another outbreak of the vocal cord parasites on the base. Several men are dead. It started in the laboratory on the quarantine platform where the radiation leak occurred. I'd only just deployed the security team. I've sent in a rescue team to help, but they haven't returned. Boss, I need you on this. Come back to Mother Base ASAP. Here we go again. There's been another outbreak in the laboratory. The quarantine platform. We sent a team to investigate and recover the survivors, but they haven't returned.
There's nothing on the radio either. We got a backup team ready to go. Just give the order and
I'll go alone.
Boss, what are you... There's no need for that.
We can't afford to lose anyone else.
We have no idea what's going on in there.
Exactly. Anyone still alive's at their breaking point. Last thing we need is another unit storming in. No telling how they'd react.
Fine. First off, check how much the infection has spread. Rescue comes next, after we know the situation. When you're ready to move, just use the iDroid.
We have no idea why the parasite has showed up again. I thought we took care of it. We need more information. Find out what's going on, boss. Select a mission on your iDroid.
Boss, we have another outbreak of the vocal cord parasite inside the quarantine platform's laboratory. Several men are dead. It began after we discovered that radiation leak in the facility's research block. I dispatched the security team to seal off the source and move the researchers to the containment block next to it. That's when they discovered the outbreak. I immediately sealed the laboratory and sent a MOP-3 rescue team, but they haven't returned and comms are dead. We have no idea why the parasite has showed up again. I thought we took care of it. I'd like to get any asymptomatic personnel out of there, but we can't tell who's infectious and who's not. We need more information, like how to tell the two apart. Find out what's going on, boss.
Boss, let's go over the situation again. We've got another parasite outbreak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform.
What is this?
No idea.
Damn it! Huh? What the? Shit!
We've sealed all the exits to keep it from spreading. No one's getting out. One of the researchers inside managed to isolate the parasite behind the outbreak. He faxed over his findings. Code Talker's analyzing them now.
Why this new outbreak, despite our inoculation? This is still unclear. Introducing the Wolbachia to the infected prevented symptoms during the last epidemic. The parasites lodge in the victim's throat, forming a mating pair. But the Wolbachia turns the male to female. Two females can neither copulate nor lay eggs.
That's why the rescue team went in with more Wolbachia. But the outbreak still isn't under control.
They should not be capable of laying eggs. Yet, we have a new outbreak. And the Wolbachia have no effect. I pray this is not some new strain. If it is,
then someone may have brought it here. If there's a spy running around.
for now, we must focus on discerning the outbreak mechanism. The cases show another alarming new development. It is now even more difficult to tell who is infected. The eggs propagate out of sight. No external symptoms. One who appears healthy may be dying on the inside.
What the hell happened in there?
This theme is nice.
Boss, I still can't raise the rescue team I sent in. We know how to proceed if we just knew how to ID the symptoms. Finding that out is part of your job in there. Hang on, Snake. We've just had a transmission from inside. Here's the audio.
It all makes sense now. I win.
Where's it coming from?
Unknown. It cut off before we could get a fix. It all makes sense. Think he means the parasite? No way to know. But right now, that's all we've got. Hopefully he can tell us something. We'll have to close the tent behind you, boss. Don't think the infection's airborne, but...
But...
Find the source of that transmission, boss. Find our man.
You never know.
What is it?
Something sweet. I can smell it even through the mask.
The rescue team reported that too. Said it smelled like ripe fruit.
We cannot allow the infection to spread. If anyone shows symptoms, you must put them out of their misery.
That includes me.
Guess the parasites killed him. Don't touch him. He's covered in blood.
Stay back! Stay back!
Was that more of the message? We'll try to clean it up.
If I am, I don't want to go out like this.
wearing a mask. He's part of the rescue team. Looks like he's not the one who sent the message. I'd like to hear what he has to say, but you need to keep going.
Couldn't bring myself to shoot back. I just took off. Never point a weapon at one of your own.
Another transmission. I have analyzed part of the data that was faxed out. It appears even those who barely spoke became symptomatic. This must be some kind of mutation.
Get us out of here!
Boss! What the hell happened?
At least you're okay.
What's going on?
I win. I'm no snail.
Damn it.
So he sent the transmission. Seems like he had a way of IDing who's symptomatic. But what was he trying to say? Snail. Yes, of course. It all makes sense now. Do not let anyone showing symptoms get outside. As infection progresses, it triggers an overwhelming urge to get out in the open. That's the parasite controlling them. Once outside, the birds will feed on infected bodies, spreading the parasite on land. The whole world will be infested. to shoot, boss. We can't let them outside. Damn it! We can't allow any contagious individuals to leave. Shoot, Snake! That's it. That's good. You still have those goggles. If you see a glow in someone's throat, that means they are infected. And all you can do is give them a quick death. He's infected. Kill him, boss. We can't save him now. I'm sorry. Snake! You just killed your own... Emmerich, what the hell? Nobody else has your opinion. You expect me to just stand by and watch this?
Are here to kill us.
You're insane, Snake. He was one of your men. You yourself said we're a family. Or was it all lies?
Move me. They're going outside. No. We're dead. Boss! Boss! Hey! Let's let the boss decide. We live and die by your order, boss. Boss!
Shooting your own men. That's not the big deal.
Shut the fuck up, Huey.
Hang on, boss. Is he wearing a mask? He might not be infected. Examine him with those goggles. Carry the rescue team member to the exit. He's the only one not infected.
Thank you, boss. Got a survivor. Unlock the door. Wait. I don't think I made it after all.
What? You just checked him. Could it have progressed this quickly? Boss, take another look at him with the goggles.
There's nothing we could have done for them. We're all grateful, boss.
It's your fault! They're dead because of you!
What?
He's right. I killed him with my own hands.
They were on your side! I'm on your side! And you turned them all to ashes!
They wanted you to shoot. It was that or be burned alive. Come on. Let's get this over with.
Wait. I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. Force be with you. Plant your roots in me. I won't see you end as ashes. You're all diamonds.
We're not burying them at sea. What then?
We'll make diamonds from their ashes. Take them into battle with us.
A shining light to our brothers in arms, even in death.
We are diamond dogs.
All right, so there we go. Pretty interesting reading the chat, the contrast between people who really seem to hate it and people who enjoy it. Probably leaning more in the direction of people who dislike it. I'm kind of mixed on the mission. I feel like there are parts of it that I find genuinely emotional. The whole gameplay sequence, going through and shooting your men with Huey talking over you, doesn't really work for me all that well. But I kind of like the final scene there. I think it's interesting, and I think it works pretty well emotionally. I like the build up to the mission, the initial chopper ride into the quarantine base with Code Talker's monologue and the music that plays while you're just left to look off to the horizon. I feel like that's just a nice subtle moment at the start of the mission. But yeah, I don't know. I don't hate it like a lot of people seem to.
Boss, I don't know how you do it. All I could do was obsess over revenge, doubting my comrades along the way. But even after all we've accomplished, the phantom pain never let up. If anything, it just got worse. But you understood that from the start, didn't you? From the moment you opened your eyes in that hospital, you knew it wouldn't go away. Yet you've been fighting the pain and confronting your phantoms the whole time. Knowing full well the battle would never end, not till the day you die. I respect that now, more than ever. It's an honor and a privilege, Big Boss.
Now we get the diamond. I find his line to be interesting at the end when he's pouring the ashes on his face, when he says, plant your roots in me. I always just found that to be a pretty enigmatic and mysterious kind of line. I guess on the surface level he's literally talking about the diamonds that they are going to be planting in themselves. Like here we see this diamond that he's wearing formed from his dead men. But, you know, planting the roots of someone else inside you also just makes me think of what Venom is as a character. You know, this having his whole identity removed and having it replaced with Big Boss's memories. The roots of Big Boss being planted inside him. I figure it's probably supposed to tie into that as well, perhaps. Bring your lens flares everywhere. Yeah, I mean the shining lights. Shining off the camera lens. We've been looking at shining lights throughout the entire game. All those lens flares. Of course, I think the sequence would work better if you had more of a reason to interact with your men in the game. If you had more interactions on the base and whatnot. But I don't know, I still think it's an interesting mission. I don't hate it.
Well, Doctor, I have the report on the incident at the quarantine facility. Assuming the vocal cord parasite underwent a mutation. The only plausible explanations are exposure to some high-concentration mutagen, or radiation. As you know, some of the staff at the quarantine facility were infected with the parasites. The Wolbachia prevented them from copulating, but the parasites themselves can't be removed from their host's vocal cords. Once you're infected with Skullface's parting gift, you're stuck with it. The researchers regularly used X-ray equipment to monitor the parasites in their throats. No problem there, they kept a close eye on the radiation doses. But that equipment didn't just give off X-rays. It was also emitting beta rays. Even though that's unnecessary for the scans. See, beta rays have far worse effects on DNA than X-rays. Meaning the only logical conclusion is that someone added in a beta ray emitter to trigger a mutation. Those beta rays leaked out from inside the equipment. Because the emitter was retrofitted, the shielding was inadequate. And the person who ordered and inspected the equipment was you, Doctor. That makes you the only person with the opportunity to install that emitter.
So now you're saying I sabotaged medical equipment for some wild plan to make the vocal cord parasite kill everyone?
Or maybe you thought it'd reveal a way to treat the parasite without using the Wolbachia. And with that much to barter, I suppose some people would welcome even a pathetic cur like you.
Just stop it!
You'd have no shortage of buyers, but most would be happy with just the parasite. You wouldn't need to offer anything else. However, if that buyer already knew about the parasite, they'd also know that by itself, it's no longer the ultimate bargaining chip it once was. To sell to that buyer, you need to throw in a bonus. A way to one-up it. There's only one buyer who'd be after that.
Emmerich, we record all communications on Mother Base. That includes radio transmissions to and from homemade devices. You've been in frequent contact with people in America. A private biotech company. A client of which is DARPA. And they are connected to Cypher. You made a deal with Cypher. You offered them a new parasite in exchange for your safety. This is the only place in the world where the vocal cord parasite still exists. And you used it as a testing ground. Tried to resurrect their bioweapon. But your plan to obtain the parasite has failed. Your bullshit ends now. And don't think you're leaving here alive.
Hours after exposure to the blood of a symptomatic colleague, I found myself making my way up the stairs to this room. And I am not alone. Everyone who's infected, we've all come up here wanting to get outside. I know full well I mustn't leave, given the possibility I'm infected. Yet, I can't contain this urge I feel inside me, like the alcoholic who tries to make any excuse for one more drink. Every step I took up those stairs filled me with this sense of bliss. I still have all my wits about me. It took no time at all to rewire the electronic lock and open the emergency exit. Then, just as I was about to set foot outside, I finally realized what was going on. This desire for freedom is not my own, but that of the vocal cord parasites inside me. They want the ravens to feed on us, pecking us to death, attracted by these sweet secretions. They have mutated to facilitate this. The sweet smell is powerful enough to attract even a species with such a weak nose. So, before the parasites take complete control, I must. Most of the staff in here are already infected. At least, everyone I've looked at is. Infection with this parasite causes a high fever in the pharynx. I have modified a pair of night vision goggles to react only to this temperature range. With these goggles, you can identify who is infected. Other infected will, like me, feel compelled to make it outside. If the ravens get their meal, they'll head for land next. That cannot be allowed to happen.
The whole idea of the vocal cord parasites was that they'd only copulate once exposed to a specific language over time. But the parasites infecting our men in the laboratory laid their eggs straight away. The larvae were eating their lung tissue almost immediately. What kind of mutation was it?
Those who were infected and cured still carried the vocal cord parasites in their throats. They were still there, but the males had been rendered female by the Volbachia, and copulation could not occur, so we thought. But it is the Volbachia that mutated.
Not the parasites?
You remember I told you the Volbachia attempts to maximize its number of female infected hosts?
Yes, hence the male-to-female transformation.
Precisely. But other Volbachia strains use different methods. Cytoplasmic incompatibility, killing the males, and parthenogenesis.
Parthenogenesis? Aphids? Aphids use that to reproduce via females only.
Very good. The females lay their eggs without a male present, creating clones of themselves in explosive numbers. Parthenogenesis was originally a means for an organism to take maximum advantage of abundant resources by increasing its numbers. Certain strains of Volbachia force this to occur, to create more and more infected females.
And that's why our men develop symptoms in the blink of an eye.
Volbachia, causing parthenogenesis, is common in parasitic wasps. Of course, the Volbachia I introduced to you men did not have this characteristic, but I believe the mutation, whatever it was, caused it to force parthenogenesis in its host, the vocal cord parasites. The Volbachia we used to prevent egg laying became the agent of limitless reproduction.
There's something else. The symptomatic infected in the laboratory all wanted to get outside, even knowing there was napalm waiting for them out there. You said the parasites made them act that way, but parasites controlling humans. Is it possible?
Parasites altering the host's behavior is a common occurrence in the world of nature. Long ago, the vocal cord parasites had this ability, but even I never foresaw they might control humans. Until I heard the things your man said.
You mean the researcher on the top floor? The bit about, I'm not a snail.
Yes. Among parasitic worms, there is a genus called Leucochloridium that uses snails as intermediary hosts. As you know, snails prefer dark, gloomy environments. But once parasitized by Leucochloridium, they desire to be in the light. And that is not all. The parasitic worms thrust themselves into the snail's antennae, making them swell to abnormal size. The snail, meanwhile, frantically wiggles its antennae as the parasites squirm inside. The swollen, wriggling antennae soon resemble caterpillars.
I don't get it.
It is so they can be eaten by birds. Leucochloridium needs a bird as its definitive host. To breed, they require their snail host to be snapped up by a predator. So they make the humble snail appear to be a delicious caterpillar and lead it to somewhere in open sight.
So you mean the staff trying to get outside
was so the birds could pick at them. The parasites altered their mental state, making them crave higher places and to be outdoors. I can only surmise that both the Volbachia and the parasites mutated before the ancestors of the vocal cord parasites infected humans. Their hosts were birds. What we saw in the laboratory was some throwback to that time. The parasites attempting to make birds their intermediary hosts.
It sounds insane.
A praying mantis that is host to a parasitic hairworm will dive into water and drown itself, just so the hairworm can lay its eggs in water. Rats infected with Toxoplasma gondii lose their instinctive caution and run right up to cats. Just some of the many ways parasites control the host.
But we're humans. Surely our minds are too complex for that.
I thought just the same. Free will is what makes us human, so it never occurred to me that the parasites could be controlling the symptomatic. But the mood, the will of a person can be easily affected by the balance of their cerebral substances. Take the toxoplasma I mentioned. It does infect humans, and it is thought the infected develop a more reckless attitude.
But to think that mutations occurred in both the Wolbachia and its parasite hosts.
Your observation is most apt. Both mutations occurring at once indicates the presence of a powerful mutagen.
I see. Keep working on narrowing down what it was.
Sorry, Code Talker, I'm too tired for your shit today. But I do enjoy listening to your sexual tones. Alright, I think we are almost there. Yeah, just like 3 or 4 more side ops and then we'll be good, I think. We do some mine clearing? Let's do some mine clearing. man, don't think I slept too well last night. Still pretty wrecked. Thankfully, we're at the end now. Not long left. Final stretch. Let's see. So here we have Mine Clearing 1, where it all began. The humble beginnings. Just a pretty simple layout. You know, nothing too crazy. You want to ease people into it, you know? You don't want to start with fucking Mine Clearing 7 or anything like that. People would freak out. You need to ease them in before you twist things. Before you start subverting expectations. So it's pretty clever what they do here with the first one, I think. You know, just out in the desert. Fairly flat land. Simple mine layout. Would Mine Clearing 4 really have the power that it has if it wasn't for this? If it wasn't for the way it began here? I don't know. Front, written on the front. Guess what's written on the back? Back. You get the model number underneath as well. Kind of hard to make out there. Let's just pick him up. That's a fresh mine. Hear that pop? Ooh, that's a beautiful little mine. This guy here. Oof. Yeah. Some people have theorized that this mine right here shows up again in Mine Clearing 8. You know, it's the one beside the tree and the rock in Mine Clearing 8. I don't know, I always thought that was a bit outlandish. Like, why would they take a mine, why would they copy and paste this mine and use it in Mine Clearing 8? I just don't see any reason for it. You know, it doesn't really tell you anything new about Mine Clearing 8. It doesn't add any new context to this mine clearing mission. So I just don't really see, feel like just, you know, people just kind of try and force their theories on anything, trying to, you know, add continuity for no reason. When, like, why can't that mine just be its own mine? Why does everything need to connect to something else? You know? Granted, there are some interesting connections between Mine Clearing 1 and Mine Clearing 8, but, you know, it's more of a broader kind of connection, you know? Not this ultra-specific, esoteric bullshit. You know? This mine is the way it is, and there is no other mine like this. Well, actually, all the other mines are like this. All the mines are copy-pasted. You know? And that's okay, you know, you don't need, they didn't need to create fucking different mine models for every single mine in the game. That would just be a waste of time, waste of resources, right? We don't really give a shit if this is the same mine. So, like, the whole theory was just a load of fucking garbage to begin with. Anyway, let's pick up this mine. But yeah, that's gamers for you, you know. Especially MGS fans. Beautiful. Beautiful. Is this the last mine? I remember back when this game first came out, people coming into chat asking, you know, oh, did you see the new fucking theory on Mine Clearing 8? Every time, for like a month straight. Every time I would stream, some asshole in the chat asking me about this mine in Mine Clearing 8. But most of you probably weren't around back then, so... Is this the last one? Is this it? Okay, we better enjoy it. Oh! Oh! Jesus, that felt good. Do you guys like that one? Now, one thing that is interesting though is that Mine Clearing 1 doesn't unlock Mine Clearing 2. And there's some weird little details, you know, because like seemingly, oh, you just... At first you would just think, you know, it's just completely random which side ops you do to unlock other side ops, but no, it's very specific, the side ops that you need to do to unlock other mine clearing missions. But it's kind of hard to know what's intentional and what's not. Like, I think rescuing the little sheep unlocks Mine Clearing 3. And people theorize that maybe that's where the sheep used to live, in that area where the mines were, but now he had to move somewhere else because, you know, it's too dangerous because of all the mines. Maybe a bit silly. Maybe a bit silly. Like, I don't know. Like, we don't really know enough about the sheep or anything. People just kind of theorize that. I don't know. Do we even have any proof that the sheep lived in that area before? I always thought that was a load of bullshit. Maybe the sheep laid the mine? Come on now. So yeah, if we go and look for Mine Clearing 2 right now, we won't see it anywhere. And there's the sheep. If we rescue this guy, Mine Clearing 3 will appear. Which might make you wonder what happened to Mine Clearing 2. So, I don't know. Anyway, it's been a long time since I really investigated all these mine clearing missions. I've kind of forgotten a lot of what I used to know. Let's get this next wandering asshole. Would you guys like to see me do a full investigation of the mine clearing missions someday? Or do you think it would be a bit tedious? I don't know. I don't know if people would be interested. Think I should make a YouTube series on it? We actually found legitimate mine clearing lore in this playthrough, man. In In the Red Brass mission, they talk about how they're going to set up minefields.
Be careful down there, boss.
But maybe that's all just a ruse. A day at the mines. A day at a mine. Like a play on a day at a time. Where is this asshole? I've been waiting, Kalish. Ah, you asshole. You go up here?
Eat this! Fire in the hole! We are their quarry.
You know what? Let's go get this little sheep, because this is an easy one to do. We can do this quickly. Don't be disappointed when this doesn't unlock Mine Clearing 3, by the way. I was talking out my ass. Yeah.
Got a minute? It's about the quarantine facility. We've more or less figured out what caused the mutation in the vocal cord parasites. It was the radiation from that scanner. And the one who installed it was Emmerich. I've added a tape recording of the interrogation. You should listen to it.
Wait, what are you talking about? Just what do you plan to do?
Present the charges against you, and render an appropriate punishment.
You're gonna put me on trial?
Call it what you like.
What's the meaning of this?
Out of here, all of you. Back to your posts.
No, hang on. Huey has killed their comrades and interfered with their lives. They've had all they could take. Kill her!
Stop! This is insane! You have no evidence whatsoever. You say you're an army free from government. You talk big about being a nation unto yourselves. But from the outside, you're just thugs, rebels, a militia, terrorists, an unhinged threat to society. You're nothing but a bunch of psychopaths.
So you're not with us?
No, I didn't.
I thought we were on the same side. That's too bad.
I didn't.
Men, you will have justice. But our organization, the boss's organization, is built on order and reason. There will be no lynch mob. So stand down for today. We will gather all the evidence of this man's crimes. And then he will be tried. Dismissed.
What do you think you're doing? Go ahead and execute me. It'll be murder in the eyes of the world. You've lost your minds. Don't you get it? You're seeing phantoms. Just look at that dog. No, you named him D-Dog, but it's obvious anyone could see that's a wolf because you're all a bunch of wild dogs. You wanted to believe he was too, to feel some connection, to fight your loneliness. You wanted something to cling to prove you deserve to be alive. You wanted to forget the death, your sins, so you'd cling on to dogs, or wolves, or even Big Boss. The boss is the same, isn't he? Every one of you is alone. That's why you suspect your own. I know, because I do the same. I'm one of you too. Alone. Open your eyes! What you're doing is murder! Plain and simple. All you ever create is war! War and violence can never lead to peace!
So righteous. Preach it, Huey. Randolph is really good in some of these tapes, I think. Alright, let's grab something else here. I guess I'll go grab this Kakongo guy. Now, we were only playing with Malak for a little while. Played with him for a few missions. I'm not sure if DRK was using him at all. I used him for like 3 or 4 missions. He's alive. Is it possible for Malak to die during the quarantine mission? Is it random which soldiers show up there? Is it possible to fire all of your soldiers in this game? You probably have to keep on. You probably have to keep a certain amount, right? Like, just thinking, what happens if you start the mission with no men? It's probably not possible.
Congo English interpreter somewhere in that area. If you extract him, it could be plenty useful for us.
Hold on a second, guys. That's where he is, I think.
That's the target. Right, one more Mother Base soldier, and then hopefully that's it. I know these side ups are incredibly exciting, but it'll be over soon. I don't feel very exciting right now, lowlife. The loading screens and the chopper rides, man, in Chapter 2, they really fucking wear on you. Combined with the fact that the side ops you do are so short, it's just like, yeah, it's just so much loading. We should start playing the game on PC, I think. So we at least have faster loading times. Be careful down there, boss.
Dark Horse. Yeah, I was actually really enjoying yesterday's stream for the most part. I think I enjoy most of the first half of the game, honestly. I guess it had been a long time since I'd done those early game missions. But Chapter 2 is just an absolute slog. No game. Is he right underneath me? What am I doing with my life? Why am I here? Hey, there you are. Smack. Whack. What are my future streaming plans? I'm thinking about doing Sekiro this month. Doing like a slow lore playthrough of Sekiro, where we go through the game, doing all the little NPC quest lines and reading all the descriptions and discussing the lore and whatnot. It's been a while since I played Sekiro, or Sekiro. Kind of in the mood. I've been kind of getting in the mood for it recently. Been in a Soulsborne kind of mood, FromSoft kind of mood. Oh, hey. So I'm thinking about doing that. Obviously, Snatcher. I'll be playing Snatcher in December. I always play Snatcher every Christmas. Aside from that, I would like to get back to my Drumcan MGS4 playthrough. I also want to start a big Peace Walker playthrough. I've been meaning to do a full Peace Walker playthrough for the longest time. And a 100% slow Phantom Pain playthrough. I only ever play the Phantom Pain during marathons. And I would like to do a big full playthrough of it outside of a marathon to like digest the game more slowly and maybe check out FOBs, which I never really got into, and do some of the other stuff that I never did, because I never 100%ed Phantom Pain. I know there's supposed to be a lot of painful shit in the 100%. Doing all the side ops doesn't sound particularly fun. Collecting the animals, I hear, is a real meme. Using the cages to get your little JPEGs. But yeah, like big full Peace Walker and Phantom Pain playthroughs have been on my mind as well recently. So we'll see. I don't know. There's lots of stuff. I need to go back and finish Alan Wake. We'll see. I have lots of plans. Lots of thoughts. Shut up and play. Wow.
You gotta extract
No,
him.
permaban, please. Imagine thinking you should ever speak again. Imagine thinking you should ever be allowed to speak again with a comment like that. I think someone did permaban him. Anyway, yeah, make sure that guy is permabanned. We're still not done here. Eight-year follower? Oh my god. What the hell? That guy's been following for 8 years? Yeah, he said shut up and play. I mean, like, for me, that's one of the worst things you can say. Like, it's completely, like, so beyond rude, you know? That's like, you don't even need to think about it. It's just like instant permaban. How could it be anything other than a permaban? You don't deserve a second chance after something so blunt, you know? Why would I ever want to give someone like that a second chance? Oh, like, you know, how do I justify it to myself? Oh, maybe he was drunk. Oh, maybe it was his sister. Maybe it was his little brother. No, I'm just going to assume it's someone behaving like a complete fucking asshole. Maybe I should. explain it in an unbanned request. Yeah, let's see how he explains it. I thought they implemented that a long time ago, that if you're permabanned, you can't watch the stream. If you're permabanned, can you still watch the stream?
Be careful down there, boss.
Or maybe it's something that we need to implement on our end. We should definitely implement that. I really like that idea of being blocked completely from the stream. You could probably get around it with the... Well, of course, you could just create another account. Even aside from that, maybe you could get around it somehow. Where did this clown go? Where did he go? What the hell? Ugh. Oh shit, I think he went all the way down here. Oh, he has stealth camouflage, this fucking guy. Stealth camouflage that I can see through a rock. Oh, right, I thought he was on the opposite side of that rock. Never mind.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Doug, what are your in-depth thoughts about Snake making it was not Fortnite in the next Battle Pass? Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know Snake was in. Is Snake going to be in Fortnite? I guess I'm gonna have to start playing Fortnite then.
Boss, you there? We have a problem. The staff have found out everything that Emmerich's been up to. They're right on the edge. I need you to intervene before things get out of control. Get back to Mother Base ASAP.
9 years ago, this man acted as accomplice to the attack on Mother Base. He then provided support to Skullface. Conspiring with Eli, He repaired Sahelanthropus in secret. His research materials caused the leak at the quarantine facility, which in turn caused the Walbachia mutation, letting the parasites off their chains. We lost a lot of good men. He also stands accused of murdering one of his own family, hiding the body.
I haven't killed anyone. The rest is all wrong, too. The inspection was supposed to help everyone. I sacrificed myself for my companions just as much as any of you. Why won't you believe me?
The prosecution calls a witness. Strangelove's gravestone, haunted by her phantom.
It's just a machine.
Huey! Damn it, Huey! Open it now! Please! Let me out! Kill me!
It recorded it all. Everything. Everything you did living together.
How could a machine?
You forced your own son into the cockpit of a Metal Gear, a test subject.
How?
His mother had to hide him away, and for that you locked her in that coffin.
No! She did it herself! It was suicide! And even if I did, what right do you have?
There's more. We have you to tell us everything you've done, everything you've thought, all this time. 9 years ago, you agreed to the inspection in return for Cypher's guarantee that you'd be spared.
I thought it was real!
We've reviewed into everything else that's happened since you arrived here.
Please.
Guilty! All counts. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! We exist outside the law. What should we do, boss? Just give the order. We'll handle the rest.
Prepare a life raft. Big enough for one. Food and water, too.
Boss,
he's leaving.
He's responsible for all of this! Think of all the men! He didn't lose a damn thing! This is the enemy! And he's here on his knees!
You are right, he is not one of us. But we are not responsible to judge an enemy. He leaves Mother Base, and that'll be the end of it.
Touch me! I'm innocent! You're the murderers! Snake! You should be in this boat! There'd have been no inspection if it weren't for your precious nuke! I risked my life trying to save you all! How can you do this? Am I the only sane one here? It's not
my fault!
Look, you can't discard your phantoms forever, Doctor.
Son of a bitch will make it, you know. I can see it now. In no time, he'll be telling tales about the black-hearted Diamond Dogs. The Shining White Knight, blabbering on about our injustice, hiding behind his fool's idea of morality. And all the other fools will stand around, nodding with every word he says.
No. One day he'll see through the lies he's built up. Realize what kind of man he really is. What goes around comes around. You can't run from yourself forever.
Ocelot the wise, Ocelot the hypocrite. Everything he's saying about Huey there, you can apply to Ocelot himself. Ocelot, who is literally in a state of self-hypnosis to make himself believe that Venom is the real big boss. One day he'll see through the lies he's built up and realize what kind of man he really is. You can't run from yourself forever. Ocelot spends the whole series living a lie, essentially. Did Ocelot ever really know who he really was? I feel like Ocelot's dialogue at the end there is maybe supposed to apply to all three of them. The way it pans across the three of them. You see Venom looking out again with his 1,000-yard stare. And obviously everything he thinks about himself is a lie, too. Miller also has his share of secrets. Huey is an asshole too, as well, though. Not like I'm taking Huey's side either. Malak is the only pure soul, the only angel.
The R&D team's going to take over Emmerich's work. He may be gone, but it won't affect us one bit. We'll be able to deliver whatever you need just like before. You can depend on that. One other thing. I'm tracking his whereabouts. Nothing to report at the moment, though.
Let it go. He's gone. The guy's gone.
I know. I just want to be sure. Not like I'm losing sleep over this son of a bitch.
Open this thing! Huey! Damn it, Huey! Open it now! Please! Let me out! Kill me. Kill me!
If only I'd tried to get out sooner. Perhaps I'd have made it. Why didn't I stop the hatch from closing? Even if it meant losing an arm. My voice. It's so distant. But you can hear me, can't you, Joy? I know you can. You're recording all of this. Deep down, in some memory board he'll never find. Duplicating it. Burying it under heaps of meaningless code. Anyway, I guess I can say what needs to be said. I can still do that much. Talk to you. Even if I can't face you. Even if there's a heaven. Even if you're waiting there. I don't deserve to see you again. I don't deserve to love you. I signed up for Zero's plan. Even now that he's halfway to dead, his plan lives on, leeching away at the world. And it took your strength to make it happen. In using you, I put the world in his palm. Once and for all. Zero, or whoever it is who's taken his name. They found me after the Caribbean. They made me simulate his will, so that even after the body was gone, that will would keep the world turning the way they wanted. I had no choice. They dredged Largo Kosibolka, pulled up your phantom, forced me to revive and modify you. I thought I could bring you back, but in the end, I sold your will to him. Now this part is just one big shell. A husk. Your phantom's no longer here. As for me, everything I touch turns to ashes. I could never make anyone happy. And now I'll never see my son again. But at least Hal's free from his father's hands. Me. With child. Can you imagine? I wonder how you took the news. Were you jealous? I knew what I was doing. If I could pass your will onto a child I carried, my genes, your meme, a father would be irrelevant. If I did that, that child would be ours. I've been a fool. Pride, conceit, baseless theories. Of course, I couldn't see through the dream. The false you I created. I only wanted to pass your will on to the next generation. But Zero took it away. And now I haven't just lost you. I've lost my... Oh, Hal, can you forgive the mother who couldn't protect you? The one who let them take it all away from us. Oh. There's still hope. You... the one he took away. He'll never break your will. The will to make this world the way you saw it could be. I buried code, just to be sure. Inside of you, there is an egg. And when someone finds it, when they crack it, there'll be nothing left to stop you. The world you envisioned will become a reality. Joy. I know you can hear me. You do remember my voice, don't you? Please, take care of our son. Hal, don't ever be afraid. Whatever happens, she'll be watching over you. The system, the framework for your world will protect you. You don't need me. You just need to be strong enough for the both of us. It's you. Here at the end, I think I hear your pulse.
It appears I was looking at things wrong.
What do you mean?
All of you. Until now, I had thought of your organization, Diamond Dogs, as a superorganism.
You'll have to explain that one.
The term refers to a unit of eusocial insects like ants or bees. While made up of many individuals, they behave as though they are one organism, with the Queen as their nerve center. The close ties you share here reminded me of that.
Well, the boss's efforts do pull us all together.
I was not finished. I'm speaking in terms of homogeneity. You come from all walks of life, do you not? Many races and tongues, talents and pasts, complementing each other, influencing each other, making Diamond Dogs the unique group that it is.
Of course. We have no use for mindless drones around here.
Is that so? Then perhaps an organization like yours is a truer superorganism than the ants and bees.
Meaning?
Most organisms adapt to their environment by coexisting with other species. Take the cow, for instance. Its rumen, the first stomach, contains an incredible number of bacteria, which digest the food it has consumed. Without their help, the cow could not break down the fiber in grasses. The cow has to outsource its means of survival to them.
You don't say.
Man is the same. Some 100 trillion bacteria live inside the human intestines. Without the bacteria, they could not function properly. And it does not stop there. The stomach, the mouth, the skin, even the placenta contains bacteria that coexist with us. The same is true of parasites. In fact, the human immune system has evolved based on parasites being a part of it. Without them, the immune system can run amok and even damage other parts of the body.
This is all very interesting, but what does it have to do with Diamond Dogs?
A harmonious superorganism is made up not of a group of homogeneous individuals, but of diverse individuals that complement each other. That is what I saw in your group here. Then it occurred to me that man is a superorganism. Man's phenotype is not determined solely by his genetics. Some say if you mapped the genomes of all bacteria in the human body, the result would be over 100 times bigger than the human genome. The sum of man's genome and those of the organisms he coexists with, call it a metagenome, creates the superorganism we know as a human being.
Well, now that's quite a leap.
You think so? Then try a broader perspective. If our world were a human body, you would be parasites. You make a living by doing the dirty work that the world powers cannot handle themselves. From their perspective, you are likely a nuisance. But without you, pus would build up around the world, and autotoxemia, self-poisoning, would follow. The world needs your kind.
Thank goodness for that.
Skullfaced forced me to turn parasites into weapons. Creatures with which we are supposed to coexist. Meanwhile, that foundation I worked with focused solely on the human genome. Apparently thinking that manipulating it would get them whatever new form they want. Both ways are mistakes. Neither is a true superorganism. I am Diné. By speaking with those living inside me, we enhance one another and enjoy harmonious growth. Such was the original purpose of my research. You have made me remember this.
Well, it's an honor. You can travel the world, but you won't find another place like this. If the whole world was like this base, I think the peoples of the world would bid farewell to fighting for good. Maybe that's what the boss wanted in the end.
I want to thank you. Code Talker. Your pinpointing the cause of the vocal cord parasite's mutation enabled us to purge an enemy from Mother Base.
You mean that scientist?
Yeah, I was convinced he betrayed us. But I was wrong. He was never on our side to begin with. So ultimately, there was no traitor among us. And yet I made everyone distrustful with my talk of spies. The end result being men turning on each other in the laboratory.
You must not blame yourself. They were all infected with the mutated strain. The outcome would have been the same.
You know, we defeated Skullface, but it didn't lessen our pain. It's a pain we'll never be rid of. I see that now, but I thought I could burn it away. In the end, all I burned was our own men.
Infectious diseases, parasites. Without such foreign enemies, the immune system will start attacking the body, developing allergies and autoimmune diseases. The same is true of organizations.
You're right.
But I do not deserve to rebuke you. My desire to retaliate against the English language is what attracted me to the vocal cord parasites in the first place. Had it not been for that, I would never have been used by Skullface. We both allowed revenge to crawl into our minds and lay its eggs.
Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst onto the future. How long are we going to be tormented by what he left behind?
There is no choice but to live with that pain. Be symbiotic with our vengeful nature. Whatever we do, we must not allow that thirst for revenge to control us.
Let's do it.
Don't you die on me, damn it! He's dropping!
Intubate, now! Cardiac arrest, he's in BFib!
Clear!
No response, hit him again!
Clear! How's he doing?
Well, he stabilized, but it took too long. He's in a coma.
What about him?
Yeah, took some shrapnel to the head.
There's Snake. Jump into bed.
He said I was his friend, which came as some surprise.
Ακούς με? Can you hear me? Are you having difficulty speaking? Can you move your head? Just nod if you can hear me. Look up, please. Please follow my instructions. Look up. You can hear me. Yes? Please follow my instructions. Look up. You can hear me. Yes? Please follow my instructions. Look up. What? You can hear me.
I looked up.
Yes? Very good. Please try to relax. There is plenty of time. I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic. You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years. Damn it! Nosocoma! 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 Nurse! Calm down. Calm down. Try not to panic. Try not to panic. Now. You'll be all right. There now. Just rest.
How do you feel?
I have stated that the reason for the crash was an as yet inexplicable fire in mid-flight. The search has ended with a confirmed death toll of 94 and another 30.
It's been 1 week since you came to. Now, let's try getting you out of that bed.
Appears to have been the withdrawal
Nurse.
of Soviet army support, and sources suggest this may be part of a cover-up.
Don't worry. You've lost some strength, but we've been maintaining your muscle mass through massages, CPM therapy, and EMS. Now, I need to explain something, but you mustn't be alarmed.
They're talking about the Mantis plane crash on the radio there. I never paid attention to that before. I never noticed that.
They note that their own citizens were among
9 years ago, you were injured in an explosion. Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within you. In addition to shrapnel, we also found fragments of human bone and human teeth. Most of it was removed, but some of the fragments still remain. They are located near your heart and in your skull. Look at this. The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex. We couldn't give you an MRI, the metal, you see. But even if we were to extract it, you would most likely suffer a brain hemorrhage. Mental and physical impairment are unavoidable. However, your current status is not life-threatening. One more thing. This X-ray is of your upper body. You better look now. Best to understand your situation sooner than later. I know it's difficult, but please look down. It's best to see with your own eyes. Be brave. Nosokoma, Grigor! Try to calm down! Calm down! Calm down! It's gonna be okay! Yes, yes! Calm down! Yes. Yes. Κάποιος ήδη γνωρίζει ότι έχει ξυπνήσει. Διαντρέχει μεγάλο κίνδυνο. Πρέπει να ενεργήσουμε άμεσα. Προετοιμάστε το μια εγχείρηση. Δεν το πιστεύω. It's true. There are those who wish you would never woken up. You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive. It's a wide open world up there, so there's something we need to take care of first. This is you, as you've lived until this day. I'm going to change your appearance. We have no other choice. Very good. Now, let's remove these bandages. Your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection, to hide you from those who want you dead. As of today, your name is Ahab. Forget everything. Your name, your past.
Feeling all right? Everything feels all right?
yet. The patient in the next bed saw my face. Of course, consider it done.
Okay, have time to go. What happened to the woman? The woman? We gave her a light. She took the short way down. Who are you? Who am I? You're talking to yourself. Been watching over you for 9 years. You can call me Ishmael. What the hell is going on? Well, the good news is, you're in the land of the living. Bad news? Whole world wants you dead. On your feet, soldier. The whole place is coming down. Need a little pick-me-up? Okay. Here. Nothing like a little digoxin to get you back in the game. Come on!
Hey, what's up, Raguchi? Welcome back. Yeah, it's weird that cut to black when she gets lit on fire. You get that cut to black, you hear the sound of the lighter, and then it cuts to seeing her in flames. It's kind of strange the way that part is edited. Look at Snake with all his flowers. We just get one measly flower. 2 flowers. Look, it's 0.
Drug's not working. We're getting out of here. Move it. Let's take the stairs.
They should have given you more control the second time through the hospital. Imagine now if you were able to crawl and go up there. But we just have to hold up again. No, I don't think we should have controlled Snake. But it would have been cool to have more differences the second time through. You know, the whole point is that you're being used by the real big boss as an unknowing pawn. So I feel like playing as Ishmael would kind of go against that a bit. You know. But yeah, I feel like it would have been nice to have a few other differences because there really aren't too many. There's a couple of interesting ones at the start with the doctor. You know, when he says, "This is you as you've lived until this day." When he says that in the opening, you see the image of Snake. When you see it here, you see the image of your avatar. He doesn't have that line when he's holding up the mirror. Instead, he just says, "Is everything all right?" Which he doesn't say at all in the opening.
This isn't gonna work. We better take the elevator. Brace yourself. It's always good to try and mend your injuries while hiding from the enemy. Over there. Let's go. This way, hurry. Keep low and quiet. Move! Go! Shit! It's ugly down there. Turn back. This way.
Πάμε γρήγορα. Come on.
Σας παρακαλώ. Τι συμβαίνει? Δεν βλέπω τίποτα.
Δεν μιλάει κανένας, θα μας σκοτώσουνε.
Ναι, τον είδα πριν λίγο.
What's happening out there?
It's all right. We'll be okay.
I can't see what's happening. Do you hear that? What's going on out there?
Hey! Oh, Prosecutor!
Okay. Hey!
Hey! Hey! I can't see what's happening.
What is that? What's happening out there? Does anybody know?
Hey!
You hear them coming?
Wait. Hide behind the curtains.
Negative. He came in here. Keep looking.
This way. This way. We're sitting ducks. Blend in with the bodies. Get down on your stomach and crawl. If you move, we're done for. Play dead. Freeze. We better stop and treat that injury.
Lead the way. You're wasting your ammo.
We'll have to take the stairs down. Hold down the aim button to aim, then press the attack button to fire. Destroy it.
Nah, I'm good. Do we still get the time paradox if we shoot him here? Have the same music. Yeah. And that kind of alarm sound. You don't get that alarm sound when you die here either.
Know how to shoot a gun? Hold down the aim button to aim, then press the attack button to fire. Destroy it. Hold up. I'll take the right, you take the left. Nice work. Let's go. I'll run interference.
What the hell? Where am I? What? Oh! Never mind, never mind. I'm tired.
Get in! This way, boss. Hurry. Use that bike. It's tuned up and ready to go. I'll handle the rest. Here. That's your name as of today. Best change your face, too. This one, he'll take your place. From here on, he's Snake. He believes it, too.
My very own Phantom, huh?
Boss, the whole world wants your head. Don't worry, he can handle it. Move now, quickly.
Aren't you forgetting something? We'll meet again.
Right.
Time for anesthetic. We have to open her now. Boss.
Now do you remember who you are? What you were meant to do? I cheated death thanks to you. And thanks to you, I've left my mark. You have too. You've written your own history. You're your own man. I'm Big Boss. And you are too. No. He's the two of us together. Where we are today, we built it. This story, this legend, it's ours. We can change the world and with it the future. I am you and you are me. Carry that with you wherever you go. Thank you, my friend. From here on out, You're Big Boss.
There we go, fools. Almost. We have truth tapes coming up after the credits, and then we'll call it there. Yuki, thank you for gifting the sub to Bunya. Thanks for watching, everyone, and for anyone that's about to stick around for the truth tapes as well.
What was it all for? If the boss has some plan, what is it?
The real Big Boss is working separately from us to create his new nation.
New nation?
A military nation above and apart from all. The true Outer Heaven. Something created to maintain world balance, independent of the struggles for supremacy, for personal profit, the cycles of revenge between countries. It'll be an army, all right, but more. Big Boss is building a nation. But until it's complete, we support the other Big Boss. The Phantom carries on his legend, his meme. That is Big Boss's plan.
So that's the way it is. 9 years ago, I thought everything had been taken from me. But now I really have lost it all. The boss, and the future we were building together.
One day, the age of Big Boss's sons will arrive. They'll likely want to settle the score with him. We have to shape that age. We'll each have roles to play. Building the foundation for a revolution led by both Big Bosses, the True One and the Phantom.
No. Big Boss can go to hell. I'll make the Phantom and his son stronger to send him there. For that, I'll keep playing my role.
You know, sooner or later, there will be only one boss. There's only room for one boss. His sons are fated to face each other someday, too. If the day ever comes that you go back to Cypher, I'll aid the other son. And then you and I will be enemies, too. One of us will have to kill the other.
Fine by me. I'll be ready for the new age. Until then, we'd better get used to coexisting.
Did you guys know that in Japanese, the title card for Chapter 3 is actually coexistence, not peace? Like the last thing Miller said there. Coincidence? There we go. Well, yeah, personally, I don't think Chapter 3 was ever going to be anything really significant. I think we were supposed to get Kingdom of the Flies and all of that initially in the game, but then they put it off and they planned for it to be DLC. But then Kojima got fired and that whole mess went down, and then all that shit got cancelled as well, so they included their half-finished version of it with that limited edition. But as far as like really significant new chapters after this, I don't see much evidence for it. Especially given that this ending really does feel like an ending. You know, you have all these very direct parallels to the ending of MGS2, the ending of MGS3 even. You know, that whole last mission is a big inversion of the ending of Metal Gear Solid 2. Where they, you know, where in MGS2 you see Raiden throwing away the dog tags. Big Boss with the passport mirrors that instead of telling the student, you know, you have the whole mentor student relationship with Snake and Raiden in MGS2, and here they flip that with Big Boss and Venom. Snake, the heroic character in MGS2, trying to help Raiden really become his own person, trying to help liberate him. And then the opposite happens with Big Boss in this game. It's all a ruse. It's all a deception to manipulate this guy into just being a part of his legend, just to be his pawn. And that's what I kind of like about this ending. You know, I feel like it's an interesting inversion of MGS2. That's what really is here. That's what really shows Big Boss's villainy in this game. I think it's that moment right there. That very direct contrast to Solid Snake in MGS2, showing you that he is the exact opposite of that man at the end of MGS2. Solid Snake frees Raiden from his shackles. Big Boss puts you in shackles. Of course, you also have to look at it as a message from Kojima as well. You know, at the end of MGS2, it doesn't just feel like it's Snake talking to Raiden. It feels very much like Raiden stands in for the player, and the same as with Venom. You know, you hear Big Boss say thank you and all of that. This legend, we built it together. It very much feels like a message from Kojima to the fans. But then you have it colored by what's actually going on in the story of the game with the characters. When you hear it as a message to the player, it sounds positive. But then when you start thinking of what it means within the story of the game, it feels completely deceptive, manipulative. Big Boss subjugating the will of this pawn. So there's that kind of contradiction there. Yeah, I wish there was a better, like, lead up to this ending. Like, the sudden, like, why do we wake up in the hospital again? What causes us to suddenly wake up in the hospital again? It's really the build up to the ending that feels that's what's missing to me, rather than another chapter after all of this. Like that really feels like an ending. Combined with the truth tapes, you know, all of that feels very much like an ending, and very much in line with the ending with the endings we've had previously in MGS. And obviously, like we've just been saying, you have these very direct parallels to MGS2. MGS3 as well, like Eva riding off on the bike at the end of MGS3, wearing a leather jacket, leaving a message for Snake, revealing the truth of what the whole operation was about. Exact same here. Big Boss rides off with his on the bike, wearing the jacket, and then the next scene shows him leaving a tape for Venom, revealing the truth. So yeah, you have this direct parallel to the end of MGS2 and MGS3. You know, it really feels like it's designed to be read within the context of those other games' endings, particularly MGS2, I think. You know, because you have the whole, you have a lot of MGS2 parallels, playing as the stand-in player avatar character, where you imprint your name on the tags and on the passports, literally role play as the person, and then having that come back at the very end of the game. Both games doing very different things with it. Both games kind of doing opposite things. Raiden throwing away the tags to free himself, and Big Boss essentially doing the opposite to keep him locked in as this pawn. Look up, please. But yeah, I wonder if there was originally going to be another like build up to that scene, to that final mission. I don't know. I guess you do have a lot of big moments right before that mission does unlock, the Huey trial and the quiet ending if you choose to level up quiet and do all that stuff. The Shining Lights mission right before that. The game is kind of wrapping up a lot of stories right before all that. Usually I prefer to play the Paz tape right before doing the ending. It always feels kind of fitting. Because the Paz tape, the final Paz tape, actually addresses the real medic underneath the big boss persona. You know, when she says, I am just a fragment of the mind you have lost. That whole Paz side story, you know, it all relates to who the person really is. Really, Corpse? You see him? You think he found out at the very beginning of the game? Yeah, that's not how I look at it. I see it as happening. I don't know when exactly, but you know, long after the grind. Just another day in a war without end. Just another day in outer heaven, and the medic receives this tape. One thing I'm not sure about though is Kaz. When Ocelot is telling Kaz the truth about Snake, I'm not sure when that is supposed to be happening. Early or at the start of the game or at the end of the game? I would think the end. But again, I'm not sure. It's a shame that such a flawed game takes up such a bulky part of each marathon. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's certainly a slog, man, getting through chapter 2. Jesus. I was really having a good time yesterday. I was really enjoying the first 10 or 12 missions yesterday. I think for the most part I do enjoy like the first half of this game. It's just the chapter 2 slog really wears on you. What about the plant and animals collecting? You want me to go and collect some plants and animals right now? Is that what you want me to do? I did say earlier that I was thinking of doing a 100% run of this game sometime soon. Possibly, although I think I want to do it in Peace Walker first. So that might be a little while down the line. I've never 100%ed the Phantom Pain, so... yeah, maybe you'll get to watch me suffer through that at some point. But yeah, I really want to do a slow, non-marathon playthrough of this sometime in the near future. I really want to dig into some of the individual mission stories as well and analyze some of those missions, because there are still like a load of missions in this that I feel like I don't really understand. You know, where I'm just listening to Kaz ramble off and I'm not really processing much of what he's saying. And just some of the Africa missions in particular. It has some really shit requirements on some missions that seem bugged. And the ones for the hospital are brutal since you have to redo the whole scene. Oh yeah, I have done some of those before, like the mission tasks. Yeah, I remember getting all the mission tasks in the hospital mission. And I'm pretty well versed in a lot of the missions. I don't think the mission tasks will cause me much of a problem because I have a fair bit of experience getting the harder mission tasks, I think, you know, optional soldier conversations and stuff like that. What I'm really not looking forward to is all the animal collecting. I hear that's really nasty. I'm really not looking forward to doing all of the side ops because the side ops in this game are just terrible. Really, really bad. You know, just a really boring ass grind going through like all those puppet missions. Like, Jesus, what were they thinking? Yeah, like all the mine clearing, all the unlucky dogs, all the wandering puppets. Like, I don't know, I don't think any of that is interesting at all. Maybe I'll find a way to make it interesting. Alright, let's do the truth tapes. And then we'll wrap up. Hey, DRK.
How are you back on your feet so quickly?
I think I'm gonna go and finally eat. I haven't had breakfast at all since I took over. I woke up and like 45 minutes later I started streaming. Still haven't had anything to eat. But that's okay. We're at the very end now, so I can take a load off. Yeah, enjoy the truth tapes. I'm gonna go get some food.
How are you back on your feet so quickly?
There's a non-smoking ward.
Boss.
If I listened to everything the doctors said, I'd probably die in here. No point waking up after 9 years for that.
Well, having you out of that bed makes things a little easier.
Bad news, huh?
Things are looking worse.
Go on.
They found out about you waking up. And the man on fire picked this time to wake up too. We'll have to move forward ahead of schedule. Miller already has the preparations underway. We'll have to wake up your neighbor too.
So he's not. He seems awake now.
No. Well, he's not actively conscious yet, at least.
He was a doctor too.
In his mind, that past no longer exists. Your past is his past now. He's going to be your phantom, not some simple diversion. He'll act as the new big boss, and the act just isn't for Cypher. He'll be your face on the world stage, until the time comes for your resurgence.
You make it sound easy.
We've been busy over the last 9 years. His altered state of consciousness has helped us implant powerful suggestions through induced hypnagogia. He's experienced all your missions on record and shares all your knowledge and experience, to make him believe that he is the one true big boss. No one around him will doubt that he's the big boss they know. So, is he the real big boss or a stand-in? What does that mean to him? Nothing. The human brain is capable of many illusions. Of pain, of the future. What happens from here depends on his skill. You can vouch for that.
He was always the best man we had. But
9 years ago in that helicopter, he threw himself between you and the blast. In that moment, the man you knew died. He died protecting you. And now, by becoming you, he protects you again. This is just a detour in his journey to hell. And don't forget, it's what he wanted. He's in his dog days now. It's not just him. We'll be putting the people in this hospital in the line of fire. They'll be your shield and necessary diversion to buy us some time.
And you?
I'll be right by his side.
Can you keep it up? It's a hell of a lie.
It won't be a lie. I won't know his secret either. I'll believe that he's the real big boss. I'll have no conscious knowledge of you. Where's the lie in that?
Self-hypnosis.
It's nothing new in my line of work. Manipulating memories, the past. But that's not all. When the time is right, I need to remember that you're the real boss. In a world, it's double think. In this year, 2 + 2 = 5. And I want you to do the same. Right. His bodyguard? Correct. It won't be long before this hospital comes under attack. We'll wake him up right away, but he won't be back to full health in time. You'll need to take him through his final paces.
Yeah. I want to see his face again.
All right, John. I've never forgotten you in these 9 years, but I have to forget you now.
Adam, I'm counting on you. What's up?
About the 1972 project. Les Enfants Terribles.
You never did like the French.
All that Catherine the Great aristocratic pompousness gets to me, that's all. Palace talk. They can keep it.
Les enfants terribles. You terrible children.
That madness Zero started. Or the start of his madness.
You found out something new?
The plan itself was abandoned in '76. ATGC dismantled the project, and their account with DARPA was closed. So I was worried about what happened to you. Your sons.
They're no sons of mine. And they're sure as hell not me.
Just a bunch of cells grown in a lab?
What they are is much sicker than that.
Well, Zero doesn't think so. Eva doesn't either. To them, those boys are your clones. They're you, down to the last hair.
And?
The first boys were raised free range, like we thought. Both of them. David has never left the States, but the other, Eli, has disappeared. Might as well call it abandoned. They're through with him.
Where is he?
He was in England, Zero's home ground. Apparently he traveled to Africa after that, but that's where he escaped from Zero's care.
Just like that? Why?
Who knows? Maybe he found out about his birth. If he's alive, he'd be 11 or 12 by now. Old enough to think and act for himself.
So he might still be alive?
On his own, there? I wouldn't bet on it. John, if he is alive, what's the plan?
I have nothing to say to him. Treat him like a human being, just another person.
Boss, this war business you and Miller started. Since the industry spread out to the PFs, it may have a favorable influence on Cypher. To a ruler, an everlasting enemy is convenient. By directing the public's animosity outside his borders, he can unify their frame of mind. Guns for hire continue the war. Then enrich the economy with their spoils. War as a business will become a permanent tool for manipulating the public mind. A new business model. You might even call it a war economy. Before long, Cypher, or rather the Patriots, will be drawn to this. Probably only a few decades before it takes hold. It's not far off at all. Still no leads on Zero. We don't even know whether he's still alive. But the protocol he put in motion's making steady progress. Every day, SIGINT's web covers a little bit more of the globe. Total information control. Big Brother Zero. And it'll happen before anyone even realizes. I don't like it. You're the big brother of the battlefield. You've earned a firm grip on the world's military power. But soon, Zero will have nations in his. He'll erase the Cold War. All war from people's minds. And with it, the world's borders. Zero's will, his influence, will be unleashed, with nothing to stem the tide. When that happens, opposition will no longer match the lines on the map. And boss, with no borders left, what difference can we make? War will have lost any true meaning to the world. Just one more gear keeping the wheels of economy turning. Another product bearing down the capitalist conveyor belt. The future your friend Miller wanted. That's all there is in store. Perhaps it's already too late. But human will should only be handed down and nurtured by human hands. It can't be entrusted to the system. Especially not that soulless phantom that Zero's left in his wake. No matter what happens, we'll have to fight someday to reclaim our truth. Until next time, Big Boss. Someone has successfully struck at Zero. Since Zero's using a private network, we get information, but we have no way to trace his location. That means the details are still fuzzy at this point, but apparently some new bioweapon was used. As soon as he noticed the dip in his vital signs, he had his stomach pumped and even underwent blood dialysis. But he didn't fully recover. Ironically, if Zero kept more company, he'd have been safe. Since the incident, his speech and actions have been getting more unhinged by the day. He's probably been rushed to another safe house for intensive care. But the location is a complete mystery. That's the way he operates. He went to incredible lengths to make sure his great escape went unnoticed. So far, I know at least Langley and the Pentagon were involved. He had a blackout triggered in New York to disrupt the transportation and information grids, and at least 2 submarines were sighted off the coast. The personnel involved were working off a cover story. Naturally, the White House was fed the same thing. The project is buried under a pile of dummy ops and backup plans stretching across multiple organizations. It's safe to say not one of the people involved knew what they were moving or to where. All top secret, no trail, no leads. He's living up to his name as usual. Only this time, even I can't find him. Now, the only record of his location lies within the Cypher AI that was at the heart of the escape plan. And that's closed off, with its data sealed away in a secret location. Skullface was able to put together this assassination attempt, but even he can't possibly know where Zero is now. I'll keep searching, but when you're up against he who controls information, it's gonna be a long battle. Boss, it was Anderson after all. That's right, the man who went by Sigint during Operation Snake Eater. Following Zero's disappearance, he's taken over command of Cypher. Well, to be precise, the AI he oversees has. The idea to have an AI act for Zero came about in '74, when the data from the mammal pod penetrated NORAD. Clearly, an AI couldn't be allowed to make its own decisions. So they would take away its ability to act, and instead, create a specialized system in which the AI, bound by specific rules, filters the massive amounts of data it collects before passing it on to people, subtly guiding their decision-making. A system of the people, by the people, for the people. So they began researching how to do it. DARPA apparently brought Strangelove on board to head it up. She was forced out after a certain incident. The direction of the project and any trace of her existence was scrubbed after her departure. Before Zero lost consciousness as his condition worsened, he left instructions for Anderson. Through a cutout, of course. Zero went out of his way to hide your location in order to keep you safe. This meant sacrificing his own protection. It was the only way to ensure you could stand alone as your own man. And here I am. The only link between you and the world that's passing you by. I'm your last connection now. This was Zero's last request. His will. Once you're awake, we need to discuss the best way to ensure your safety. Oh, and they've got a name for Anderson's AI project. It's called the Patriots. It's all about ensuring that the concepts driving society appears the same in the mind of each person in that society. About maintaining the identity of the individual, and yet having that individual willingly make up part of the whole. I guess it's fitting to call that patriotism. Creating a united world. Zero's will is already fading into a shadow of what it once was. Systems, guidelines, rules, laws. When you take a mentality and fix it in a solid shape, put it out there in the hands of people, it can only begin to decay. No mentality can last forever. When the body dies, the will dies with it.
Huh?
Over here.
Hello?
Not there. Here.
Huh?
Thank you for coming. Please.
You're...
Is it that odd? I suppose the cuffs have gotten a bit loose. Although, truth be told, I have been spending more time in pajamas as of late.
No, nothing.
The tie, perhaps. Not the most fashionable pattern, I admit.
No, it is very nice.
How sweet. Will you take a little brandy? You're hardly underage, after all.
No, thank you.
Please, sit. Pacifica Ocean.
What?
Ah, yes. You've already begun. Not bad. A schoolgirl through and through. Even he won't suspect otherwise. Here you are.
Thank you. I heard you were sick?
Poppycock. I just like to take a little time off work.
You?
You must feel that way sometimes.
Well...
Anyway, I could hardly greet my first guest from that damned bed.
I, missed my chance to catch you snoring.
Now I'm twice as glad I got ready in time. Drink, before it gets cold. English breakfast tea. All I have, I'm afraid. There were 8 candidates before you, meaning you will be the 9th Paz Ortega Andrade.
What happened to the others?
They're in the next room. They've been taking it easy these past few months.
They...
Do you see any windows here?
No?
I've gotten used to it. This life. I am who I am, after all. And I've had my fill of cursing this bloody dungeon. Excuse me. But I can't help sometimes wishing I could see the stars. What should I do?
Well, you could go outside, go up to the roof, wait for the clouds to pass. You would have a view of Manhattan, and a pretty one too. But once the wind blows, and the clouds pass, you can look up and see a sky full of stars. Even here.
You've had a hard time getting to where you are.
Yes.
Sewer rats lead better lives. I know. Extreme training. Starvation. Days spent without sleep. Abandoned, hurt, and all but killed in every way imaginable. Some of your compatriots died. Others betrayed you, left you for dead. And you did the same to them. But through it all, you survived. And you alone made it here. Just look at you. I can see everything you've been through.
Yes.
Consider this mission a reward for the mountain you've climbed.
Thank you.
Yes, well, you know what's next.
Yes.
And you are prepared?
Yes.
I believe you. That ever so slight tan. Not the type you'd get on the West Coast. If I didn't know better, I'd say you really did grow up around the equator. But it runs deeper than that. One look at you, and I see a wide-eyed student yearning for peace. Born and raised in Central America. I can see it all. How much preparation have you done?
A little.
You'll be perfect for this, to strike back at Snake. I'll share everything I know about him. But you mustn't forget who you're dealing with. If he were to get the better of you, Well, I deeply regret having put you in that position. But beyond that, I'm putting my life in your hands.
You can trust me, Cypher.
None of my friends call me that. Tea's gone cold. Shall I make some more?
I know we are the only ones here. There is no one in the other room.
And how do you know that?
You said I was your first guest.
Oh, I haven't had this much fun in quite a while. All right, then.
Cypher's been in hiding ever since his grand experiment. No one's seen him in years.
All we hear are orders delivered by proxy. Except you. You met with him, face to face, in order to contact Big Boss. Tell me where he is. Where is Cypher? Where is Zero? I've never known choice. Where I was born, the language I speak, I've never had the freedom to choose for myself. But you, right now, are free. Do as you will.
This will save Big Boss.
It may.
Will you really kill Zero for me?
Not for you.
All right. Zero is Hell's Kitchen, 10th Avenue. He is undergoing treatment there.
Not exactly Hyde Park.
His medical needs keep him from moving around. That is why he summoned me there. The other residents are of varying race and ages, but in reality, all 40 units are Cypher personnel. It took him 10 years to replace the original occupants. He has got places like this all over the world.
No better place to hide a needle than a stack of needles.
Zero is on the top floor. A room with no windows and no doors. Even the elevator does not reach it. Officially, the floor does not exist. The only access is by a secret staircase 1 floor down. Room 702.
Shades of World War II.
Nobody realizes the entire building is a setup. People go in and out all day. But they're all Cypher. The building blends right in with the rest of the city. They disseminate rumors that a gang operates out of the building. That keeps most outsiders away. And most of them are there as security, in case of an emergency. But even they don't know what they're really protecting. Foot traffic, goods coming in and out, phone lines, water and sewage. It is all monitored remotely by satellite and cameras inside and out. Should he need it, there is a sealed-off water conduit that can be used to escape to the Hudson River, and from there to the sea. But from the outside, it is just another building. A perfect disguise
So the Major believes zero suspicion equals total security. Very bold. It's just the kind of ruse I'd expect from him. So long as no one's suspicions are aroused, you could hide there forever. On the other hand, if someone figures it out, there are dozens of ways in. And he's so paranoid about information slipping out, no one involved has the full picture. That ignorance is a weakness, the downfall of a need-to-know system. The pitfalls are clear. Circumventing them will be simplicity itself.
You hate him, don't you?
Hate? He never left me to die. I owe him my life. I'm bound to repay the favor. Any way I can. But that's not what you really want to know. What you want to know is, do I hate Big Boss? I don't hate the man. I do deserve a little more of his gratitude. But he probably has no idea who I am. So you see, I have no reason to hate him at all. I mean to have my revenge against Zero. It's not petty hatred or resentment. Nothing so personal. Even the hottest lava eventually cools, becoming a mountain. And that mountain becomes the land. Scalding steam comes back down as rain, forming rivers, draining into the sea. It's then that nature's order sets in. Now I'm merely a part of that cycle. Just like Zero. And you. And Big Boss.
Don't do it!
That lava, that vengeance, is already set as stone. Too late to change things now.
Don't kill him!
The choice is not mine to make.
Please, let Big Boss live!
Proceed.
Please!
Give her the shot already! Hold her still!
It's me. Ocelot. It's been quite a while. Yeah, I'll say. Took a lot longer for you to surface than I expected, Major. I wasn't planning on coming back at all, but I had no choice. Well, after the Caribbean. My hunch was proven right. You wouldn't believe who was behind it. Oh, I have an idea. How did you respond? Immediate disinformation campaign. Most bought into the story, but not everyone. It was quite an incident, after all. I couldn't cover everything, but I did hide the fact that Snake survived. And that should buy us some time. Where is he? En route to an old foxhole of mine. A base in the British sovereign area of Cyprus. The military hospital at Dikelia? Ava's leading the operation. Ava? Following your orders? Funny, isn't it? That we should all reunite like this. This is an emergency. Otherwise, I sure as hell would... Yes, I don't expect you to bury the hatchet between us. Something simply won't ever happen. Even I can appreciate that. You too can only bear to speak with me from time to time. That's fine. But I don't want Snake to die. Surely we can come together on that. There are so few men I can turn to. And you're number one, Ocelot. Keep him hidden. Keep him safe. But I'll stay where I am. And leave the rest to you. That's how he'd want it too. Isn't it better for you to be there to supervise?
Where I am, where he goes, it makes no difference. All that matters is getting him the very best treatment and security. The latter being where you come in. Will he wake up? And if so, when? I have absolutely no idea. But as long as his heart is beating, he will keep fighting. So please, watch over him.
This location, it's safe?
No one will find him. And if they try, I will deal with them. The information must be suppressed.
Which is what you do best. Guess you're still at the top of your game, huh?
Anything but. I'm sick, Ocelot. Donald's taken over a great deal. He'll be handling this situation from here on as well. Though I wish it weren't so. This will probably be the last time you and I speak. So, you won't say no, will you?
I have no choice.
Thank you.
Save your thanks.
One more thing. A proposition.
Yes?
I've prepared a ruse of sorts. One I imagine you'll quite like.
What is it?
You could say I've made another snake.
Major?
I'm not talking about the children. A mental copy. His phantom, if you like.
I don't understand.
You will when you get to Cyprus. I've set the ball in motion, but the rest is in your hands. You're good at this kind of thing. The best. I need you on this.
If it's in his best interests.
I assure you, it is. Look after Snake. He's the toughest son of a bitch I've ever known. Yes, it's me. You weren't in hospital long. I had trouble finding you.
Where is he?
Safe. But in the same state as when you last saw him. We've had our misunderstandings, you and I. But as you've made clear, our relationship is strictly business. Therefore, I will limit this conversation to the business at hand. Please understand that I don't dislike you. Not inherently.
Where is Snake?
No. Settle down, or I'll have to hang up. And then you never hear from me again. Do you understand? First, about your boss. I had him moved once he was stabilized. I'm sure it came as quite a shock to you when you woke up. You'll have to forgive me.
I told him to stop putting me under.
Surely you understand. Specialized medical treatment in places like that can be positively nightmarish. We couldn't have left him there forever. And to be honest, I wasn't entirely comfortable leaving matters in your hands. Don't take it the wrong way. Anyone looking for him would be looking for you. He needed to be as far from you as possible. In fact, I'm still not sharing his location, even now. Problems could arise. So instead, I'm giving you a point of contact. An introduction to a network of messengers who will lead you to a man. A friend to your boss. I'm sure he's mentioned him before. He knows Snake's location. More than any man alive, I trust him with this sort of thing. Keeping secrets, or men in the dark. He's known Snake quite a while. 10 years longer than you. Kazuhira, I don't care if you don't trust me, but I require your absolute trust in him on this. Snake will be brought back into this world, however long it takes. Understood? The only reason we're having this conversation is because you still have a role to play. Which brings me to the next issue. What happens after he regains consciousness? When Snake wakes up, and he will, he'll need your help again. So when he does, I promise you'll be the first to know. The code phrase will be, V has come to. I'll then mobilize all the necessary parties. Think of it as an overture to a prologue. Until then, do what you like. Just be ready when the time comes. But you don't need me to tell you that, do you? I know it's been hard on you too. But I can't imagine you're willing to just walk away.
What are you talking about? If what you're saying is true, then this is like wrapping a rope around your own neck and throwing it over a branch. What's your play in all this?
This is for Snake. So that he survives after he wakes up. Nothing more. After that, I don't care what you do.
Then tell me something.
Go on.
I only joined you after I found out what you were after. To make the world one, you need Snake for that. And he's already done a hell of a lot for you.
He has.
So on some level at least, I think you're being straight with me. Then why'd you do that to him? I get what you were trying with Paz. You wanted to get Snake any way you could. But after that, what you did, how could you do that to him?
After that wasn't me. You may not believe this, but I never intended for any of this to happen. My organization has many arms. It's just going to take a little longer before we're all on the same page. I admit I may have been lax in my supervision, but something like that will not happen again.
Whatever. One day, I'll know the truth. Just as soon as the boss wakes up. And then we're coming after you. This ends with you begging us to put you out of your misery.
Is that so? Fantasy can make for a powerful ally. But remember this reality, Kazuhira Miller. Big Boss will wake up. And when he does, be there for him.
Major, I wondered whether you'd really call.
Exer, I presume this was your doing?
Do you like my gift?
I've been searching a long time for this.
It is what you were looking for, yes.
The winged dagger of a comrade lost to the sands of Egypt. He served under the boss back in Rayforce. I delivered this pin to her after his death. We were both so very young. From that moment on, she never let it leave her side.
She was still carrying it in Selinoyarsk. How about the back? Something wrong, Major?
Nothing, just pricked my finger.
The back.
The scar is there, just as I remember it. And this white stitching on the back. From the white berets the SAS wore in the early days.
Major?
30th of December, 1941. It's the inscription I made the day he died.
Of course.
His body was never recovered. This pin badge is the closest thing he has to a gravestone. When I gave it to her, she just kept on running her finger over the inscription. Never again, she uttered, as if reprimanding herself for his death. She pressed hard, embedding the inscription itself into her finger. You see, it's why this spot on the back looks shinier than the rest. He was our brother in arms.
So...
Yes, it's real. Thank you. There's no doubt about it.
Good. Now I have no regrets.
What do I owe you?
Nothing. Just want to talk for a moment.
Very well, then.
It's about our man, Major. He's been making some moves.
Miller? Yes, I know. Rhodesia, is it?
Yes, and up to his old tricks again.
No matter. He'll stumble soon enough.
Although he is under my jurisdiction now.
And that's what you want to talk about?
Not exactly. You see, my being here has made me realize I can still be of use to you.
How so?
This country is rich with biological resources. Bacteria, Nematodes? Viruses? I'm sure we can find something here to bring that plan back into action.
Forget it. The Cleanser Project was just another one of my predecessor's daydreams.
And the vocal cord parasites?
Were an excellent test case for reverse evolution. Nothing more. What matters now is the genetics technology behind that work. With genetics, the clumsiness in targeting an entire race isn't an issue. We can target specific individuals. No need to breed multiple generations of parasite just to get results.
But
Don't be quaint, Exo. Once the Cold War is over, our enemies won't be so clearly defined. Using humans alone won't be enough. An electronic network will span the globe, and our enemies will blend right into it.
You may be right. But will people really settle for an enemy they can't see? Men want to feel righteous, need to see the evil in the enemy they fear. Without it, they'll turn their aggressions inward, find an enemy inside. You know this is true.
I see what you're saying. Just as those robbed of their parasites develop allergies and autoimmune diseases, a man robbed of his enemy develops self-destructive tendencies. And I know all the symptoms. Ethnic conflict, religious strife, terrorism. And with asymmetrical conflict, deterrence is a joke. That's why we must depend on information control. People need an appropriate context for their lives. A context that's stimulating without being destructive. That balance is the basis of equilibrium.
You mean to say people will blindly accept your context without developing any allergies?
If we're to unite the world, literacy must be suppressed. To suppress the information immune system, to borrow your metaphor.
Immunity to information. But to ensure there's no allergic reaction, while the immune system fights off parasites and pathogens.
It's done, Exo. This world will become one. I have found the way. The world that the boss envisioned will finally become a reality. Race, tribal affiliations, national borders, even our faces will be irrelevant. The nature of communication itself will change, and it will make mankind whole again.
Some things can't be undone. My face was taken from me. There's no taking that back.
A face means nothing when one's soul is able to communicate directly with another.
I have no intention of hiding behind your technological veil, Major. I wear my broken visage, this skull, in the open, so that I may never forget what I've lost.
You. What are you?
The chain of retaliation is what will truly bind this world together as one. Major?
You son of a... The pin. You...
Yes, the pin. It's too late. They can't extract it. You see, Major, some things can't be undone.
How did you find me? The girl. You made her talk.
I'm sorry I couldn't visit or thank you in person, but it has been lovely chatting. And now that I know you're no longer interested in the garden, it's time for you to step aside. You're a busy man, lots to do, so I've left you a little time.
Go to hell. How dare you? You planned this all along. Had your own agenda. All these years.
Now you see, the world can never truly become one.
But the boss...
You've been wrong.
no different. Just like him. None of you understand the world she saw.
I would say the same to you, Major.
You steal it all away. Everything.
The boss said the same thing. Only I understood what she meant. Major, I'll handle the rest. Oh, and one more thing. That pin badge, it was a fake. I held on to the real one. I'll take good care of it. And continue the boss's work.
Jack. Go.
I almost thought you wouldn't come.
Well, you're supposed to visit hospital before you die.
But how did you get here?
My friends at the SAS know how to keep a secret. The trip to the airport was a little dramatic, but the rest was easy. Still, I've had smoother rides. Oh, look. Escorted myself with my tea. I won't be staying long.
I understand.
Which one is he?
On the right.
And the left?
We did just as you instructed.
Has either of them woken?
Neither of them, no.
Not once?
Not in 2 years. Their weekly EEGs show stable activity levels. There's been practically no change.
Jack? Jack? It's me. You look fit to run a country mile.
Every 4 hours we move all of their muscles, subject them to load. They're stable, but eventually...
Yes, of course.
We've done everything we can to ensure they're ready to move, should they wake up. Still, it's been a pretty long time. How long will they be here?
Indefinitely. It's too dangerous to move them. And so far, no one knows they're here.
I see.
I am most grateful to you. And I need you to keep it up.
We'll do everything we can.
Can you give us a moment?
Of course.
Jack, can you hear me? Nice place, isn't it? I went to a lot of trouble bringing you here. Here where no one will find you. Still, the Ocelot's on guard duty, just in case. Maybe knowing that will help you sleep better. I had no intention of coming, but this could be my last chance. If you'd just come to see me first, Do you remember the last time I visited you in hospital? Our first mission together. After the boss threw you in that river. Broke your arm. Ah, the good old days. I never told you this, but I had another team at my disposal back then, with a very special man leading it. Maybe he didn't like the arrangement. In any case, this man, he seems to have done something to me. Which is why I'm quite sick myself. Up here. There's nothing they can do. I always was the forgetful type, as you know. I'm all right for now, but they say it's a one-way street. If you don't wake up soon, I won't remember you when you do. I don't mind about myself, but what he did to you, I can never forgive. I've sent him to Africa, and I doubt he's coming back. Jack, once your little holiday here is over, well, who knows when that will be? But anyway, I probably won't be around. I'll be somewhere even you can't find me. A tombstone chiseled into the code of a machine. That is all I leave to mark my existence. Wake up soon, old friend. Time is running short.
There we go, fools. We made it. We made it to the end of the marathon. I really do enjoy those truth tapes. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for watching. Hope you had fun. It was a fun marathon. Crazy, man. 130 fucking hours, 130 something fucking hours, 37 hours. Oh boy. Same time next month? No, I think, well, actually this month now. I think we'll take a break this month. It is Christmas. I'll be away at the end of the month visiting family. So we might take it easy this month. We're probably due a bit of a break anyway. We've been going pretty fucking hard on the marathons over the last while. So we might take it a little bit easier this month. We'll see. I will, of course, be doing my Snatcher playthrough. So you can look forward to that on my own channel, of course. Maybe some Sekiro and shit throughout the month as well. We'll see. That's kind of what I have in mind. I'm sure DRK will be doing some stuff right here as well over the course of the month. I'm not sure what he has planned. But yeah, thanks for being here, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the marathon. It was fun. And And there we end it. Fittingly, on life support. The series on life support. Just like Snake. And I feel like I'm on life support too. I really need a rest and to get some food because I still haven't had any breakfast. I haven't eaten a single thing since starting the stream today. Oh boy, but I ordered food just now anyway, so I'll finally get to eat and take it easy. And I get to end the stream after 6 hours as well, which is nice. Usually we go for like 11 or 12 hours. So it's nice to finish on a shorter session, at least. Yeah, guys, thanks for watching. We'll leave it here. I'm going to host up DRK's VOD channel for anyone that wants to chill out on the VOD channel and watch whatever's playing there. And yeah, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. It was a blast. Let me just check my stream elements actually one more time to make sure I'm up to date with thanking everyone. The Pucks, thank you for the 20. Much appreciated. Thanks for another hilarious marathon. My wife is starting to learn about MGS, so please keep going. Oh, great. I hope she's having fun with it. Hope she's enjoying this crazy universe. Mode is before that. Thank you for gifting us up to Liquid. Oats with the 58. Anyone else that I might have missed along the way? Mod is, thank you for gifting us up to Big Boss, Yuki, to Bunya, Solidus Ace, anyone else that I might have missed down the line. Cheers, everyone. Cheers, everyone. It was a pleasure as always. Till next time, everyone. Take it easy. Have a good one. I'll see you soon.